All present and correct?
Counsel-wise, yes. I think the witness has just been held pending your approval.
Right. Well, if he's in the waiting room, perhaps he can be let in unless there's anything you want to cover first.
Not from our perspective, no, thank you.
Right. All right. Can we have the witness back in, please?
Morning.
I can't see the witness at present.
I believe I heard his voice, but yes, I can't see him either.
Ditto. I thought I heard his voice. Are you there, Mr. Al-Majid?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
You're not visible. I'm not quite sure why, but we can't see you.
I can see him.
The camera is working.
I have him on my bottom left hand plate.
Could you just say what name is being or what tag is being used to identify his camera, please?
That may be the confusion. Lisa Wong.
Thank you.
That may explain things.
I still don't see any video.
Mr. Al-Majid, could you just speak a little and hopefully you should be the last speaker.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm just calling in our IT. So we can hear him, but no one can see him other than us. And when I see him, he's Lisa Wong.
Yeah, as you say, yeah.
I've got a block on the right, a circle on the right for Lisa Wong, but no, along with a list of other people who are here, but not with cameras.
Okay.
Mr. Al-Majid, is it you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you please turn off and turn on the camera? There is a camera icon. Just please click on that and.
Yeah.
So nothing is happening, sir. Could you please disconnect and connect back?
That's worked for me. I don't know if that's worked for you, my lord. If you were to click.
Yeah, no, I've got Mr. Al-Majid now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. So all ready to go. There'll be some more questions for you this morning, Mr. Al-Majid. You're still under oath, of course.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Al-Majid, I'm going to carry on asking you some questions. When we ended yesterday, we had just been discussing the period we'd got up to about May and June 2007. And you may recall that I was asking you a little bit about what happened next. And we talked about the negotiation of what became the 2008 Shareholders Agreement. Before we go back to that, can I just say, is it right, if you think back to June 2007, is it right that at that point, Hexagon was already behind schedule on what it was supposed to be doing, even as had been agreed between the DIFC and Hexagon in around April 2007? Would you accept that Hexagon was behind schedule at that point?
I would say the whole partners, they are behind the schedule, not only Hexagon. On our side or in our part that time where we've been involved to do the concept design, we start to do the concept design. We start to deal with the necessary, people who will help us to develop the project. So we are not in Hexagon behind the schedule. I feel even the other side, they are also behind the schedule.
But the DIFC had prepared a schedule, hadn't they?
Yeah. I cannot remember the schedule.
Well, just to show you what I'm thinking of, if you pick up bundle F again, and it's volume 2, page 561.
Just a second. Which page?
561, please.
561. Okay.
Do you see, this is an email from Adil Abdallah to, I think that must be to you, is that right? Are you Abdullah at Tamniat?
Yeah, this is my email, abdullah@tamniat.com. Yeah.
Thank you. And actually, no, sorry. Is this an email from you or an email to you?
To me.
I see. It's just the reason for my confusion is that if you see on the following page, 562, it's signed off, best regards, Abdullah Al-Majid.
Yeah, you know, this is Adil. I think he replied to an email.
I see. All right.
My,
But we don't have that email. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
So do you think that there was an email below that one that's been cut off that he was responding to?
Just let me read this email. Just give me a second, please.
I think you'll find it's been forwarded.
I see.
And the top bit, which is the forwarding bit, has been cut off.
Thank you. That clears that up. Thank you, my lord. Let's do that.
What we're looking at is the intermediate email that's been forwarded.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's very helpful. Thank you. So anyway, the question that I had to you, so you've got an email from Mr. Adil Abdallah, and then you'll see he refers in the middle of the page to the consultant. The consultant's revised the design and so forth, and then area breakdown, the target of 1.75 million square foot as GFA. And then he says tentative schedule prepared by the DIFC puts us a few days delayed from awarding the architect. However, this minor delay shall be recovered. So at this stage, it looks like the DIFC has prepared a schedule. That schedule set a date for you to appoint the architect, and you hadn't yet appointed the architect. Is that right?
No, the architect. The architect was appointed.
I see. But
yeah, he's asking. I think he's talking now about the new architect, not the Gensler, the Perkins and Well. Yeah, yes. He's talking about Perkins and Well. Yeah, yes. Perkins and Well, because they doesn't have an office in Dubai that time. Okay, we used to travel either to them in, I think they were in Canada, somewhere in Canada, and we were traveling to them. But the problem when they come with the price, their price was a bit high. And we were in negotiation with them to minimize their fees.
I see. Yeah. And that negotiation put you back compared to the schedule that the DIFC were proposing?
Maybe, but it's a minor, as what he said, it's a minor delay.
Yeah. But nevertheless, at this point, the DIFC is engaging with you to try to push the project forward, yes?
Yeah, it's in the engineering department, yes.
Yeah. And so as at 1st of June, they're engaging properly. And then there's then further discussion, isn't there, about the terms of the agreement that's going to be entered into between the two parties to reflect this new arrangement that's in place. Yes?
Again, what is your questions?
I'm just getting you to confirm that after this, there's a series of discussions between the parties to set the terms of the arrangement, the new contract that's going to be entered into. Yes.
Yeah, we sit. We sit together to later on. I mean, and so many in different months to set up to fill. I mean, the missed on the amended joint venture agreement, whatever missed in that agreement. We sit many times and we sit. I mean, we met the DIFC too many times just to fill up the gap.
Yes, but they engaged with you in that process, didn't they?
Yeah, they engaged with us. Yep.
Yeah, and they engaged with you properly in that process. Yes. You had no criticisms of the way in which they dealt with that negotiation, do you?
As I told you yesterday, on the DIFC, once you meet them, they are the best people to meet. But once you left them, there is so many delays. I mean, if you check another emails, always we are insisting them to finalize, reply, answer. This is the problem. But on technical issues, or in engineering department, yes, of course, they were. I think they were good enough.
Yeah. So if you look at your witness statement, paragraph page D12.
Which one? D12.
Page D12, paragraph 35. And you say there, unfortunately, progress slowed.
Which one, my friend? D12?
Paragraph 35.
35, okay.
Yeah, so in the previous paragraph, you've mentioned a meeting on the 30th of April. Paragraph 35, you then say, unfortunately, progress slowed significantly after that meeting because the DIFC did not properly engage. Now, you've just accepted, I think, that the DIFC did properly engage. So do you think you got it wrong in your witness statement when you said that?
Let me read it. Just give me a second. And this point out the DIFC essentially. Yeah, well, I think what they did, when I mean by unfortunately progress slowed significantly, because when Perkins and Will, I remember the first time they asked about around 6% of the total construction cost, which is too high. I mean, for such firms, or even, I mean, for even the international firms, it was such high. This is when I said significantly, they are not cooperating with us, because in that time they was pushing us to work with Perkins and Will. And we told them that time we can do so with so many companies. Already they have a project in Dubai. But this is what I mean. But as I told you before, I have to we have to different team in the IFC, the legal team or the management team, and also the technical team. The technical team was, I'm not dealing with them on, I mean by technical is the engineering department in the IFC. I'm not dealing with them on a day-to-day myself, but I feel they are always responding to our team more than the other team of the IFC, which is the management team in the IFC. The management team still in the IFC, there is slow significantly a process with them, because still we didn't incorporate the company. We didn't do. There are so many things, and the JV agreement or the joint venture agreement or the amended one. So many things to be done, but nothing has been done at that time to make us comfort or to feel that there's a faith. I mean, from the other side is at least to incorporate the company.
So your first part of your answer, you said what you meant by progress slowed significantly because the DIFC did not engage. You said that the answer that you just gave at the beginning was that what you meant by that was that they were pushing you to use Perkins and Will.
Yeah.
You see that those are two completely different things, aren't they?
No,
you accepted that they were engaging. So let's start there. Do you now accept that? You do accept that, and therefore, when you said in your statement that they did not properly engage, that was wrong.
No. As I told you, there is two teams in the IFC. There is engineering team, which is they are cooperating and working. I think dealing even with TPM later on with also the other technical. Or the engineering companies, but on the other side, where is the management or where is the legal department in the IFC? They never, respond quickly to our requests.
All right, but there are discussions, aren't there, between the parties about the terms of this new agreement. And if you turn to page F666,
just give me a second. 6. Okay.
yeah, and so then they provide you, don't they, with their comments on the joint venture agreement. So they've told you by that point what they think is a fair answer to all of these discussions about what should be in that agreement, yes?
Let me read it. Just give me a second.
And Mr. Al-Majid, while you're looking at that, I've just read out something from the stenographer. Please, could the witness be requested to speak a little slower? Thank you.
Okay, I'll do this one.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Montague.
No, okay, my Okay, what about this email?
Yeah, so my point is that pretty promptly, after you've provided them with the original draft, they've come back and have said these are the terms we're willing to accept for the new joint venture agreement, haven't they?
What is your questions exactly?
There's
again?
no delay, is there, in them providing you with the terms that they are happy to accept for the shareholders agreement?
Yeah, this one, no, there is a delay. This one is going to be on July 2007. That's mean almost 2 years after we've been in Hexagon.
Yes, but from the beginning, you haven't been discussing an amendment to the shareholders agreement, have you?
We didn't ask from the beginning. We never asked for amendment. We asked just to complete, to finalize the amended joint venture agreement, to put the design details, to put the construction details, the mix-up, the mixed-use details. This is what we asked from the beginning. The agreement is still agreement, is binding both of us.
But you had resolved between you in the middle of 2007 to change it, hadn't you? We've talked about this.
It's not agree. We've been pressurized to change it by the IFC. They change it from 50 to 20%, their shares with plus Nexus, to 35%.
Yes, but then we'll come on.
I would never accept 15% of a change unless I've been under pressure.
Well, unless you got something in return.
Nothing in return, I mean.
I see. So you say your position is that the terms of the 2008 shareholders agreement did not improve Hexagon's position at all.
You mean the shareholders agreement?
The 2008 shareholders agreement.
The one on February 2008, yes, it's never improved our position. But at least we think it will finalize this project and finish it.
All right. Regardless, you say you accept then that during the course of 2007 there were no delays from the technical side on the DIFC.
Yeah, I think I'm not involved in engineering and technical, but I don't know. I think they are working good.
And you were not involved in any of those meetings?
No, I came sometimes, especially when it's come to the parking. We brought so many solutions to the parking. Because the parking is going to be about 1.6 million square feet. It's a 5 basement plus 3 podiums. We brought with some technologies like automatic parking, but it's been rejected.
But didn't that come in 2008?
What do you mean?
Those discussions about the parking came in 2008, didn't they?
No, the discussion of parking is still even in start in 2007. I start with Adel Abdullah himself.
All right. All right, and there are then, after July, further discussions about the terms of the shareholders agreement. And so we get down, for example, to page F729. See there?
(729). Yeah, okay, this is 729.
Yeah, so then there's an email from Mr. Mehta, who's the lawyer from your side, isn't he? Yes? And he's emailing the DIFC, and you're copied on this email, and this is on the 2nd of October, and he refers to a meeting of yesterday. So that would be the 1st of October 2007. Were you at that meeting?
I refer to our meeting. Myself as agreed. Yeah, it's shown. I attend. It's written that.
Yeah. So, and at that meeting, do you remember what happened at the meeting?
Just give me a second.
No. Just asking you now to think back. It may be that you don't remember it.
Yeah.
But what we're interested in is your recollection. We can all read the document. But do you have any recollection of that meeting?
Specifically that meeting? No, I don't have any recollection.
Right. But it looks, doesn't it, like what is being discussed at that meeting are the terms of the shareholders agreement that are being negotiated. Yes? Would you agree with that?
Again?
It looks like at that meeting on the 1st of October, the parties are negotiating the terms of the shareholder agreement, yes?
Yeah, if Mr. Suleiman attend, that means it's going to be on the top level. I mean, we have to finalize the shareholder agreement.
And one of the things that you have agreed, you will see as you go down, number 7, clause 7, the assets of the company, including the land, will be used to secure any borrowings, and the cost of all such borrowings will be borne by the company. It's also that's quite a major change from the joint venture agreement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's to the advantage of your side of the transaction, isn't it?
Do you compare 15% of dilution of your shares with the cost of borrowing? It's, I mean, no way. You cannot compare it. The borrowing is going to cost you maximum 3.5% on a maximum per year. Is it going to be for 3 years? That means you will pay for the borrowing about 10.5%. This is the maximum what you have to pay for the borrow, the amount. How much is going to be borrowed? Usually the banks, they will never give you the full amount. They will give you only 60% maximum if you have a very great records with them. They will give you 60%. And the remaining it has to be injected from your side. 60%, let us to say 700 million. The cost of 700 million is 10 million. Is 10%. The cost of 70 million dirhams. But the laws of dilution your shares are from 80% to 65% is a 15%. Out of the total net profit is going to cost you more than 175 million.
Yeah. So Mr. Majid,
we are trying to mitigate the gap between us. We are trying to because we have to finish this project.
Mr. Al-Majid, this process is going to take a very long time unless you listen to the question and answer. Just if you can, please, just the question that I'm asking.
Yeah.
I think I've got your answer, but then we got an awful lot more on issues that I hadn't asked you any questions about. I appreciate that you have things that you want to say, but you've said those things in your witness statement, and now it's just a chance for me to ask you some questions. We've got plenty of time in this trial, so we're not going to run out of time for this cross-examination, and if it takes 2 days, it'll take 2 days. But I just ask you, with respect, please, just if you would now listen to the question and just answer that question. Page 848, please.
Page, which page?
848, Mr. Al-Majid.
848, okay. Okay.
So you can see an email there from yourself from the 6th of December 2007. Do you see that in the middle of the page?
From Abdullah? Yeah, okay.
And you're emailing, it looks like, to amongst yourselves with, it looks like you're emailing the DIFC and then copying it to your own advisors, including Mr. Mehta. Yes?
Yeah, it's my email sent from me to Rami Al-Khayyat.
Yeah.
To the others, Ashish Mehta, Governor.
Yeah, and so what's happening here is you're continuing the negotiations for the terms of this agreement, aren't you?
Have reviewing the minutes proposed by you. Shareholder agreement and responses. Switch on to pay. Okay.
Yeah. So you agree there's a continuing process of negotiation going on between the parties all the way to the end of this year, yes?
Yeah, still in negotiation.
Yeah. And the DIFC is not going slow in these negotiations, is it?
They're not going to?
They're not going slow in these negotiations, are they?
No, they are going in, they are slow. Because there are so many emails before to remind them, answer, replies.
So you say between the two emails that we've just looked at, there are lots of emails prompting them to respond, are there?
Yeah, there are. You know, if we start the negotiation for the new shareholders agreement, I think on April or May 2007. We signed it almost on February 2008, 7 months almost.
But there aren't a lot of emails between the two that I've just shown you prompting a response from the DIFC. There just aren't.
No, I think there is a slow come from the DIFC.
I see. Yeah. But you said that you thought that there were lots of emails before this prompting a response from the DIFC.
I remember, especially when Rami Al-Khayyat, he's been involved that time. We promised Rami he will handle it and he will expedite, he will finish it as soon as we can. And on one of my emails, I think even it's been written on my witness, Rami, he disappeared for maybe almost for 1.5 months. He didn't show us the agreement, or he didn't show us the term of sheets.
And then if you go forward to page 873.
873. Yeah. Okay.
You can see Mr. Ashish Mehta talks about a meeting. This is the middle of the page. A meeting yesterday, and that's a meeting between the DIFC and Mr. Mehta from the 16th of January. He's copied you. Were you at that meeting as well?
I do not. Let me check. I'm not. I cannot remember. I'm on the meeting or not.
All right, that's fine. But nevertheless, again, the negotiations are continuing into January.
Yeah.
So, and there are differences, there are disagreements, which are finally resolved by negotiation. Yes.
What is your questions?
In that process, the parties took different positions about certain things, and then eventually there was a negotiated solution which found its way into the agreement. Yes.
Yes. Still, we are in negotiation on January.
So what I'm suggesting is that there's no delay from the DIFC. All that's happening is that the parties are negotiating the outcome of this agreement.
Yeah, there is a negotiation, and when I say the delay, okay, I think I don't know what you are trying to read, but when we say the delay come from the IFC, when we came from day one, we have an agreement, we have a joint venture agreement and the amended one. We came just want to execute this one. Later, we start to talk about the new shareholder agreement, this one. And this one, you know, in a business, I mean, when they ask for to increase their shares from 17.5 to 35, also on the other side, the next exchange, I will have to also to discuss with them so many things, at least to mitigate my loss. But we are in negotiation for sure, but we are not on a day-to-day negotiation. Sometimes we're supposed to meet on 2, 3, 4 weeks to finalize it, but it takes us a long time. We are in Dubai and they are in Dubai.
Isn't it right, though, that right from the very beginning of your involvement with Hexagon, you wanted to change the terms of the joint venture agreement, didn't you?
No, I don't want to change it. Just I want to add the details, whatever details is not being added to this amended, which is the design details, the built-up area details, the mixed-use details, some of the commercial terms details. We want to add this one and just to start up the company.
Well, actually, what you were hoping for was to negotiate for yourselves a better deal. Isn't that right?
I already bought a right to develop. It's already signed an agreement, and it's very clear on the legal form of this agreement is very clear. But just it's missing the, let us to say, day-to-day running with this project. This is what we were negotiating with them from the beginning.
Well, isn't it right, at least, that between you and your brother, you'd agreed that your brother, at least, would try to negotiate a better agreement with the DIFC?
No, we didn't try. At the beginning.
Can I ask you to look, please, back in the bundle to page F206?
I think it's this one.
It'll be the volume 1.
Which one? Which page?
206, please.
Okay.
Do you see there's a letter dated 12th of December 2005 under the heading Ruby Limited? It looks like a letter to Sheikh Juma.
Yeah.
And you say in the middle of that letter, your brother, this is a letter from your brother, it looks like, Suleiman Al-Majid, yes?
Okay.
And in the middle, he's talking about...
There's no
signature. Just hold on. Just hold on for the question, please.
Okay.
So you say, in the middle of the page, you say, well, your brother says, pursuant to our meeting of the 11th of December, I write to confirm that Ruby Limited will purchase the shares of Dubai International Financial Centre in the Hexagon project, and so on. And then there's a handwritten note added to that, which says, Suleiman Al-Majid has signed this letter based on the request and pressure from, is that Mashur and Fayez, to solve the issue of the DIFC plot. Suleiman Al-Majid has confirmed that he will keep on working on a better agreement with the DIFC. Yeah. So, I asked you the question a moment ago. Isn't it right that from day one your brother was trying to negotiate a better agreement with the DIFC? You said, no, that's not true. Yeah. Do you want to change that answer?
No, still, I mean, I told you, if it's in the legal form, we never change. We never ask DIFC to change anything, but on a commercial terms, yes. And this letter is not being signed by Suleiman. I'm not sure about it.
I see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one.
So you don't know whose handwriting that is, and is that not your signature on it?
This is not his, even not his handwriting.
All right. So
but
you're suggesting that might just have been added by someone.
No, it's not.
And it's inaccurate.
No. I'm not. I don't say that. I said I cannot remember this such letter exactly, but when you talk about a better agreement with the IFC, it's never mean that we need more facilities from the IFC. Well,
a better agreement means to amend the joint venture agreement to get better terms, doesn't it?
No, it's mean maybe a good built-up area based on the market research.
I see. So you do remember it? Is that what you're saying?
No,
you do remember
maybe. No, I cannot remember really what kind of disagreement. No.
I see. All right, thank you. Well, let's have a look at the agreement itself that was finally reached. If I can ask you to pick up bundle J, please, and turn to tab 3.
Just a second, please. I have to keep this one away. There's no space. Yeah.
Do you have bundle J?
Yeah, bundle J. Which page?
It's tab 3. Do you have tabs?
Yeah, tab 3.
Yeah, so it's page 31.
31, yeah.
Yeah. you recognise it. This is the 19th of February 2008 Shareholders Agreement, yes?
Yeah.
And you signed this agreement, didn't you?
Yeah.
And I think you signed it on every page.
Yeah. Yes.
So you must have read it carefully at the time, yes?
Yes.
Right. And just to show you a few of the things that we say changed from the terms of the JVA. Firstly, we've discussed this. In effect, Concept Holdings was going to replace Hexagon, yes?
Yeah.
We won't go back over that. We've talked about that. And the idea was that once this agreement was signed, or at least executed, if that is different, then the joint venture agreement would be terminated, yes?
Yeah, I think this one, yeah, based on my...
And then if we look at the actual terms, if we go to page J39,
Okay.
and clause 3.1.2.
3.12.
Yeah. So what that requires is that CHL shall subscribe for 221 million shares, amounting to $221 million.
Yeah.
But then what it goes on to do is take into account the sums which the shareholders of Hexagon had paid for Hexagon and deducted those from the amounts which Concept had to invest, yes?
Just let me read it. CHL shall subscribe. The company. What about it? What about this agreement clause?
So do you accept that that's the effect of what it does? It allows Concept to deduct from the amount it has to invest the sums which Hexagon's shareholders had paid for their shares in Hexagon, yes?
Yeah, it's almost written like that, yes.
Yes, and that's not something that Hexagon would have been entitled to under the terms of the joint venture agreement, is it?
Again?
That is not something that Hexagon would have been entitled to under the terms of the joint venture agreement, is it?
But I don't understand you exactly, please.
So what I'm doing is I'm comparing the terms of the joint venture agreement to the terms of the 2008 shareholders agreement. You said that there was no benefit, no particular benefit granted to the Hexagon side as a result of the changes.
Yeah.
So I'm showing you those changes so that we can examine that claim. One of the changes is that, unlike the joint venture agreement, this agreement allowed Concept to deduct from its investment the sums which you, the shareholders, had paid for the Hexagon shares. That is a significant change from the terms of the joint venture agreement, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, because already we paid this money, we cannot sacrifice 450 million dirhams and throw it away because we just incorporate a new company. But when it's come, yeah, if you made your own calculation, when is the remaining amount, which is equivalent to almost 350 million dirhams? As I told you before, if you go to borrow money from the banks, you have to pay cash on advance, which is this one, 60-40. I think this is the 40 exactly. It's been calculated very carefully by the IFC.
Mr. Al-Majid, can I just ask you to answer the questions though?
Yeah.
So starting with the joint venture agreement.
Yeah.
Hexagon was not allowed to take into account in determining what it needed to invest the sums which its shareholders had paid for its shares. That is correct, isn't it?
Still, I didn't understand it. Please.
This arrangement,
Yeah.
which allowed the deduction from the investment of the price that had been paid for Hexagon's shares did not apply under the terms of the joint venture agreement, did it?
It's not applied on the joint venture agreement, yes, because already we are on the joint venture agreement, we bought the whole Hexagon.
Yes.
And this is the value of Hexagon.
Well, we'll probably disagree on that, but from that position, you then would have had to invest all of the project cost.
Yeah.
Whereas the change that has happened is that under the 2008 agreement, there's a deduction from the sum that needs to be invested, and that deduction is the sum that you paid for your shares.
Yeah, for sure.
So that is a significant benefit to the shareholders and to Concept, as compared to the position that Hexagon was in. Yes, do you agree with that?
It's a benefit, but it's not still. I mean, if you compare the newest shareholders agreement with the Hexagon or the old one, for sure I will go with the old one. This is not the benefit, but at least this is what we discuss when a business. Sometimes, okay, we let them to recognize that we paid 450 and to be minimized, to deduct it from the share, the capital. For sure, I mean, this is. I think if you call it, it's a benefit. Benefit for me, I feel it's a basic thing.
So you don't think it's a benefit?
No, I don't think so. It's a benefit.
You don't think it's a benefit?
To recognize whatever I paid.
All right. This is not. All right. Now, one of the other things that the agreement did was to apply a valuation to the land that was being contributed by the DIFC, yes? And we see that at J38, yes? Do you see that under the sale and purchase agreement? And it says the company shall agree to purchase the land at a value of 437,500,000 dirham, yes?
Okay.
And then if you compare that sum to the amount that we've just seen in 3.1.2 being the total investment of Concept, you get a ratio, don't you, of 65 to 35. Do you understand what I mean by that?
No, I don't understand.
I see. All right. So that sum of 437,500,000, that comes to $119 million, doesn't it?
Roughly, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. And we can see that at 3.1.3 of the agreement, do you see DIFC Investments subscribes for 100? Do you see that 3.1.3, Mr. Al-Majid? DIFC Investments shall subscribe for 119 million shares, being the land contribution valued at a nominal value of 119 million. Yes.
Yes.
And then if you compare that sum, 119 million, to the sum in 3.1.2, yes, which is 221 million, you get a ratio, which is that Concept is contributing 65% on this valuation basis, and DIFC is contributing 35% on this valuation basis. Yes?
Yeah, okay.
You accept that?
Yeah, but you know why it's going to be 35%? Why it's been changed? The value of the land, if you join in the joint venture agreement, in the first agreement, is going to be, it's 100 dirham per square foot. Now it's been increased just to match this 35, to fill the gap of 35.
Well, it's been increased because of the difference in the valuation of the land per square foot, and because the valuation and because the amount of land has increased as well. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but also the money, if you, in a business terms, if you calculate, I mean, 450 million dirhams paid on 2005 till 2008. Also, there is a valuation for this money.
But what I'm suggesting is that the way in which the shareholding has been determined is by comparing the current value of the land to nominally the amount of investment anticipated from Concept.
Yeah, as I told you before, to change this one, to come up to this new shareholder agreements, they ask for to increase their shares, how they increase their shares by increasing the price of the land.
Now, clearly the cost of the project was going to be more than the $98.5 million that that Concept was required to inject, yes?
Yeah.
And in respect, do you accept that in respect of the balance of those sums, the effect of this agreement was that Concept simply needed to arrange financing which could be borrowed by the company?
Yeah. There's a the 98 million US dollars going to be injected in the company. We'll borrow, and we will use also the third, the proceeds coming from sales.
But when you say will borrow, actually the agreement permitted the company to borrow.
Yeah,
that is the joint venture company, yes?
It's obviously, yeah.
And that could be done by mortgaging the company's land.
Yeah, exactly.
If it wanted to, Concept could provide additional funding by way of shareholder loans, yes?
Again?
If it wanted to, under this arrangement, Concept could provide additional funding by way of shareholder loans, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, under the terms of the joint venture agreement, the joint venture company was not allowed to borrow at all, was it?
Yeah.
And the project land could not be used to mortgage, could it?
Exactly, yes.
Certainly the Hexagon was not entitled to lend to the joint venture company, was it?
Yeah, Hexagon will not allow to borrow.
So these are changes from the joint venture agreement, yes?
Yeah, there's a change, yeah.
Yeah, but the effect of allowing the joint venture company to borrow is that you are dramatically reducing the actual investment that is required from the Hexagon side, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're supposed to invest that time 660 million dirhams on the joint venture agreement.
Well, under the joint venture agreement, you would have been required to invest the entire cost of the project.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas under this new agreement, you're only required to invest 98 million.
Yeah.
And arrange the rest, yes?
Exactly.
So that is a very significant benefit to the Hexagon Concept side of the arrangement, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very benefit, but this one benefit on different on if we don't have the money, if we need to borrow, this one is I'll tell you, yes, we benefit from this change, but from the beginning we are not in need even to mortgage the land that time. As we told the DFC many times, all the three partners are capable to have their own money. All the three partners, they are capable to bring the liquid investments.
Well, we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
The question here is simply about the benefits that you got from entering into this arrangement. But what I'm going to suggest is that this is the better agreement with the DIFC that we saw that your brother had resolved to try to negotiate from the outset in 2015. Sorry, 2005.
No. This is not what we are starting from 2005. This is not to reach this kind of agreement. This one is just only after we met Umar bin Sulaiman on April 2007, we start to do this new agreement.
Now, when you signed this agreement, you signed it on behalf of Concept Holdings, didn't you?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you think you were also signing it on behalf of Hexagon? Just firstly asking your recollection of it.
Yeah.
Do you think that you got...
I think when I signed this one, I signed it on the attendance of the legal department of the IFC and also my legal advisor at that time. And when they asked me to sign, I will sign because I'm happy to start this project.
Yes. So well, let me put it this way. Did you feel that when you signed this document, you had done everything that you needed to do to make it effective?
Yeah, from my point of view, yes.
Yeah. So and so from your point of view, this wasn't a draft document, was it?
It's not.
Not a draft. It was the final agreement.
Yeah, when I signed this one, myself and Bishar, that we feel this is agreement, we will start the project with no more obstacles.
Yeah, and as you went forward in 2008, you thought this was a binding agreement, didn't you?
Yeah, and based on my thoughts, yes.
Bear with me one moment. So as you went forward from 2008 onwards, you must have therefore considered that it was Concept and not Hexagon that was going to be developing this project land. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and no, not Concept. No, not Concept. The one who's going to develop the project is the new company which is going to be incorporated inside the IFC.
Yes, but you, as you went forward, the party that had to arrange the finance and had to arrange all of the project works for the joint venture company, that was going to be Concept, not Hexagon now.
Yeah, the same shareholders. Why Hexagon to be removed? This one you have to get information. We've been asked by the IFC to get Hexagon out of this deal because Hexagon is a Cayman Island and there is no control under this Cayman Island company. We have to incorporate a new company either on Dubai Internet City or Jebel Ali or whatever to have a company inside under the law of United Arab Emirates. This is why we've been asked to incorporate. It's the same shareholders, the same everything, but it's been incorporated because then the IFC themselves, they needed to be under the law of United Arab Emirates.
But I think what I'm asking about is that when, for example, Dewan was engaged and Perkins and Will were brought on board, they entered into contracts with Concept, not with Hexagon, didn't they?
When they came in 2008.
Well, so in your witness statement, let's do it like this then. If we go to page D15, paragraph 40.
Okay. Which paragraph? What? 40.
You say, in the end, due to the delays caused by the DIFC, we signed a letter of intent with Dewan in cooperation with Perkins and Will. We won't go back to the point about delays, but when you say we signed a letter of intent, yes, that was an agreement entered into between Dewan on the one hand and Concept Holdings on the other. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it signed with Concept? I'm not quite sure.
All right. Well, when you say we, what did you mean?
Maybe we Tanmiyat, Hexagon. The party who is representing Romezan, Faiz, and Tanmiyat. I'm not quite sure with it.
As far as you are concerned, in Tanmiyat's and TPM's dealings with the designers, they were acting on behalf of the new company, Concept, not the old company, Hexagon. Yes.
I'm not sure.
Well, doesn't that follow logically from what you've told us?
Logically it should be Concept.
Well, so therefore, are you saying you just don't remember?
I don't remember. Yeah, they signed with Concept or with anyone. I don't remember it.
Just bear with me, please. Thank you. We can cut through a fair bit now. Let me ask you just about one discrete thing. If you turn, please, to bundle F, and it's volume 3, and if you look at page 1445, please.
Just a second. Bundle F, volume 3, 1445.
Sorry, there's some minutes which start at 1443. Do you have them? I think I said 1445, but you just have to go back.
1445. 1443 now.
Yeah, so there's some minutes of a meeting. It's at 25 February 2009. So this is a year later, and it's going over all of the things that have happened in the meantime. And there's been lots of discussion about various different things. Do you remember this meeting? Was he there?
Myself, I don't remember this meeting.
You don't think you're at that meeting?
No.
Yeah, I think I might have mistaken you for your brother, but it looks like your brother was there. So you weren't terribly involved, I think, by this point, were you? In the project, is that right?
Almost in 2000 February, because I stopped. I mean, following, I went back to Riyadh because my mother has been infected by cancer.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
When was that? When did you go back to Riyadh?
Yeah, I think in February, because she did the operation on March 2009.
So you from February 2009, you really didn't.
I wasn't on a day-to-day like before, but maybe I'm going and attending some meetings. But I was busy with her.
All right. Now, during this period, though, this intervening period that we've just been discussing between, I'd like to talk to you about the periods of February 2009 to about February 2008 until about middle of 2009. Now, during that period, Perkins and Will were working on the design of the project, yes?
Yeah.
And they were appointed in July 2008, yes?
I can't remember the dates.
You don't remember it?
The dates, yeah, actually, I can't remember the dates.
Okay. Well, just to show you your witness statement, paragraph 40, if you still got that open. It's the same one we were just looking at.
Which one?
Paragraph 40.
Paragraph 40, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you say in the end, it's the sentence that we were looking at, due to the delays caused by the DIFC, and we can skip to the end. We signed a letter of intent with Dewan, and then you say in July 2018. Now, you must mean 2008 there.
Yeah, it should be in the end to the DIFC.
But just to ask this question then, as you sit here now, you don't remember that?
Currently, yeah, currently I cannot remember the date, which date we signed with Perkins and Will currently.
And so really, when you've put together this witness statement with these sorts of statements, have you been relying a lot on the documents to help you remember the dates and remember what happened?
I brought all the documents and also my memory.
Right, but predominantly what you've done, it looks like, is you've gone through the documents and you've used those effectively to present the narrative of what happened, and then you filled in the gaps where you can.
When I did this one, I started from my thoughts, what it was, not thoughts, from my memory, whatever we did since 2005, and we supported with the documents that I had in my emails or in my hard disk.
So do you remember this, that Perkins and Will presented a design, their first attempt at presenting a design in about October 2008? Do you remember that?
I remember their first design, yeah. I remember that, but I cannot remember the date exactly when I remember the first design wasn't inefficient.
It was inefficient, yes. Yeah. And you had a third-party designer review it, didn't you?
I think I cannot remember this technical. It used to be under Dr. Adil Jum'ah. He was.
Either way, so you weren't involved, or you don't remember?
No, I cannot remember. I was involved, but I cannot remember really. Right now, I cannot remember. Yeah.
I see. So on details like that, we're better off looking at the documents and seeing what they say. We'll be as well placed as you to understand the events if we look at those documents. Is that fair? Is that fair to say, given you cannot remember?
I can't remember the dates. I cannot remember. Is it October or November? I really. It's 14 years now. Since 2008.
Now, one of the problems, wasn't it, was that they couldn't reach the efficiency rating that you wanted, yes?
Yeah.
And you wanted them to have an 80%, their design to be 80% efficient, yes?
Yeah.
And that was a significant requirement from your perspective.
It's usually in all kind of this tower, especially on towers and high-rise buildings, the efficiency should be not less than 78 to 77%. This is the minimum. Okay, this is the maximum. If you lose 23% efficiency, is too high, really.
But from your perspective, you were not willing to compromise on anything below 80% efficiency.
No, we'll compromise. I think we'll accept even to go 2-3%. I mean, plus minus, it's fine.
2 or 3%, you think?
Yeah. But if you go even more, that's me. You are wasting so much in corridors and.
All right. Well, but part of the other part of the brief that you weren't willing to compromise on was that you wanted there to be 2 towers, didn't you?
I think the design it used to be 2 towers. Yeah, if I'm.
Well, that was a requirement from your side, wasn't it?
To be, yeah, because of the height, we cannot go 100 floors. You have 1.75 million square feet. If you didn't put them on 2 towers, then you'll go even, I think, more than 100 floors.
Well, I'd understood that you just, as a matter of design, you required there to be 2 towers. You were not willing to accept a single tower design.
No, I think I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure right now, but I think even at that time it was bit. I mean, not accepted by the Dubai government to go more than 60 floors something. But this is based on why we make it 2 towers. The first things, we have a very big plot. It's about 22,000 square meters, and we can have 2 towers at that time instead of have a high-end skyscraper.
All right, can I just ask you to look at something that Mr. Gemma says about this? If you look at page D126, paragraph 82.
126. Okay. Paragraph what?
Paragraph 82, please.
82. Which they retreated and the maximum efficiency. For the 2 tower project, they say to go for a single tower. Okay.
So as I read that, he's saying, first of all, that you were not willing to accept an efficiency rating of 77%, at least for a single tenant.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Would you have accepted 77% for a single tenant?
I think really 77 could be yes accepted.
But it wasn't, was it?
Yeah. Now, for me, really, I think 77. You can compromise it in other things. You can maybe change some little mix-up area. You increase the prices on retail side.
All right. But then he says, in order to get an 80% usable efficiency for multi-tenants, they'd have to go for a single tower, which at that point was no longer acceptable to us.
Yeah.
So it was you who was proposing that single tower.
Even there is a letter on the master plan. On the first master plan, there is a limit of height for each building. And I remember we cannot exceed, as I told you, 1.75 million square feet. If you convert it to one building, is going to be more than 80 floors even.
But if it's converted to one building, it'll be wider. It doesn't need to be taller.
Wider, that means you will have so many wasted in corridors.
Oh, I see. So you had, but what's being said here?
Yeah.
Reported by Mr. Gemma, is that actually it would become more efficient if it went to single tower design.
Yeah, but a single tower, as I told you, we are going to be in a very high building. If you go in a wide, that means you will lose so many built-up area, I think, in corridors. This is
just making this up, Mr. Al-Majid.
What?
You're just making this up, Mr. Al-Majid, to explain this away.
No, I think this is from a basic things in my mind right now, in my experience. If you go more wide, you lose so many things in course. In emergency stairs, you cannot have only one emergency stairs. You'll have 2 different or 3 sometimes emergency stairs. You'll have so many elevators in the middle. It's a very simple life. This is what I think now.
So if I can ask you then to look at page F1408, please.
This is the 14?
1408. So we're in volume 3.
Yeah, well, yeah, I got it. 143. Okay.
Do you see there an email from Mr. Gemma?
Yeah.
And this is dated 4th of December 2008. And he's reporting back to you on the efficiency study. And you see this is an email that's copied to you. So do you remember receiving this email?
I can remember right now. No, I cannot remember. If you want, I can read it to remember.
Oh, no, you don't need to read the whole thing. But essentially, what he said. Well, let's. So what he says is that, and I'll pick it up in the second sentence in the first paragraph. P&W, Perkins and Will are saying that Mr. Peter Busby and the team.
Which one again, please?
The second sentence in the first paragraph.
Okay.
P&W are saying that Mr. Peter Busby and the team are still working on finalising this option as well as on the rendering. My concern is that the number of lifts is currently worked out on a pro rata basis, not on full vertical transportation analysis, which means that it could go up or down. If the number of lifts is to go up to keep to an average waiting time of 30 to 45 seconds, then the efficiency of about 75% will drop even further. So Adele is saying, we've had the efficiency analysis from Perkins and Will, but it might change, it might get worse. And then he goes on to say this. I know from previous discussions with the chairman that his preference is to keep 2 towers rather than 1, where in my opinion 75 efficiency will be the maximum that can be achieved for the relevant mix, as we are bound to have 2 cores for the offices considering the target heights. So isn't it right that the chairman, that would be your brother, I think,
Yeah.
had a preference for 2 towers rather than 1?
Yeah, his preference based, as I told you before, as what he's been informed by the DFC themselves. And also there's another email later on, maybe in 2008 or from Shihab al-Musa, I think 2009. He said, guys, whatever you are working right now is not totally accepted because we cannot increase the built-up area to 1.750. The maximum built-up area is this such amount, and also the mix-up area, it's been fixed on the master plan, and sorry, we cannot change it. You have a 10% plus minus. And the whole things we were doing on 2008, either with the time we wasted with Perkins and Will, or the time wasted by TPM, the whole it's been finished because Mr. Shihab al-Musa, the one who's from the IFC, he said, guys, you cannot have 1,750,000 square feet. You cannot have this mixed use ratio. We have already a master plan, and this one is being defined in the master plan, and we cannot change it.
And if you go forward to page 1428.
14.
Do you see there on 11th of January 2009, Mr. Gemma confirms a conversation he's had with Perkins and Will.
Again, so just wait. Okay.
And then the final, if you look at the first paragraph,
okay,
and the last sentence, he's reporting what Perkins and Will are saying. What they are now saying is that the 80% net usable efficiency with multi-tenants can only be achieved with a single tower. So isn't it right that the reason why Perkins and Will were unable to come up with a viable, what you thought was a viable design, was because you were at this stage insisting on there being 2 towers?
Okay, for single tower, how many floors going to be?
Can you just ask the question, please? I asked you a question.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't it right that the reason why Perkins and Will could not come up with a viable design, or what you thought was a viable design, was because you were insisting on having a 2-tower concept?
Just let me read it right now. Yeah, again, what is your questions?
Isn't it right that the reason that Perkins and Will were unable to come up with a design that met your efficiency requirements was because you were insisting on a 2-tower design?
I don't think, from my recollection, we insist for either 2 towers because this is what exactly is going to achieve the targeted profit. And this is based on what we've been told by the management of the IFC that time. I'm sure because this plot is a very sensitive plot because it's in front of the palace of the ruler of Dubai. And I'm sure there is a specific height that time we are not allowed to go up.
There's nothing in any of these communications suggesting that the effect of moving to a single tower will increase the height of the building.
I cannot, this is my recollection, I cannot remember.
You can't remember?
No, I cannot remember.
So you're speculating?
I'm speculating, yes, this one, yeah. This one is much better with Dr. Adil. He will have more details than me, but better than me even.
I see. Can I just ask that in your answers, when you are speculating, that at the very least you tell us that is what you are doing?
I'm speculating now. That time I was based on a very solid ground. Understood. When I say yes or no, but now because it's 14 years, it's not easy to remember, to be honest.
Nobody is criticizing your inability to remember, but what we do need to understand is what you actually can remember and where you are just speculating.
Yeah.
All right. Now, once you had this information, you went to the DIFC, didn't you, to discuss the status and tell the DIFC that you were considering terminating the Perkins and Will retainer, yes?
Yes, I think, yeah.
You remember that?
As they didn't reach the percentage we are looking for.
And the DIFC said that they would leave it up to you as to what you did about Perkins and Will, but they encouraged you to give them another chance, didn't they?
I can't remember this.
You can't remember, fine.
Yes.
But eventually, you probably do remember this, Perkins and Will were terminated in June 2009.
I can't remember the dates exactly, but I know they've been terminated, yeah.
That's fair. And but once they had been terminated, weren't you just back to square one with the entire project because you'd had a year of trying to develop a design and now you had to start again?
Sorry, we didn't move even to the square one. I mean, still we are in the square one. We still, the company is not being incorporated. The IFC, they didn't allow us to incorporate the company inside the IFC. The title deed, even that time, I remember the affection plan wasn't ready. The affection plan, maybe it came later on at the end of 2008 or mid of 2008. There are so many things that's been delayed, I mean, from the IFC side. For me, as a businessman, the most important for me is to incorporate the company, is to transfer the title deed, to feel that we are on board in this company. Then we'll transfer the money. The project will start. But concept design after concept design after concept design, it's just, I mean, we are wasting time. As I told you, even
can I just ask you?
There is an email from Mr. Al-Musa. He's in technical or in I don't know what is exactly his. I cannot remember his position right now, but I remember his name. His name is Mr. Shihab Al-Musa. He sent an email to us, to Mr. Sulaiman directly. He told him that, sorry, we cannot achieve 1.75 million square feet. We cannot change the mix-up, the mixed use area, the mixed use. You have to go back to them. What the genuine master plan guidance.
But in terms of developing a concept, that's obviously one of the first things you need to do. Yes?
Again?
One of the first things you need to do to develop this project is develop a concept.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you had been trying to do that.
The first thing is to incorporate the company.
Well, it doesn't make any difference though, does it? If you don't have a concept. It takes 10 minutes to incorporate a company.
Yeah, 10 minutes to incorporate the company. Then everything will come because we are in a partner. Yeah, we cannot discuss something as we are not a partner also.
So for you, it all comes down to the incorporation of the company.
But if the company is going to be incorporated, that means there is a CEO, there is a team, there is they will do everything. But currently, what was happening at that time? I spare my time in 10. I use my stuff in 10 minutes. I use my stuff in. I paid from all the expenses from my own company. I paid so many things from wrong. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, a wrong business deal. It wasn't a good business. It has to be from the CHL. The new company to be incorporated in the IFC, and then everything later will come. I mean, they have to follow it as a company. They are a partnership.
I know you want to move along, but I will ask you questions about the incorporation of the company. You'll be able to answer those questions as we go there. But I just want to finish off on this point about the design. Would you agree with me on this, at least, that in relation to the Perkins and Will design, you had to spend money on paying them to develop that design? Yes.
Yes.
And would you agree that all of that money was then simply wasted when it turned out that they could not meet your requirements?
No, I cannot. I will not say wasted. I will not say wasted. It's wasted by the mean of what? Yeah, by the main profit, but wasted. It's you have to try. This is the business. You have to do something. Yeah.
Well, put it like this: that the designs that were produced as a result of spending that money were of no use or value to you. Would you agree with that?
Again?
The designs that Perkins and Will produced were of no use or value to you.
Yeah, the only value, it's no value on this one on the ground, but the only value is to satisfy that the IFC Perkins and Will doesn't match the requirements. Because Perkins and Will, we've been asked by the IFC to work with the Perkins and Will.
Yes, fine. I mean, we've been over that, but I'm just asking you about the question about the value to you of the designs they ultimately produced. And I think you accepted that they were of no value to you.
No value.
Thank you. My lord, we have a scheduled break coming up. That is a convenient moment if it is for you. Oh, you're on mute, I'm afraid, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, all right, we'll take a quarter of an hour break then, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my lord. So, Mr. Al-Majid, one of the things you say in your statement is that it was only the DIFC that could incorporate the joint venture company.
Yeah.
And you say, I think, in your statement that this was because only the DIFC company registrar had authority to finalise the incorporation.
Yeah, it is.
But you do realise that the DIFC company registrar is a different body from DIFC Investments or DIFC Authority, don't you?
Yeah, DIFC Authority, yeah, I think, yeah, I know that.
It's
DIFC,
separate.
Yeah. Separate, yeah.
Yeah, so the defendants don't control the DIFC Registrar of Companies. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you cannot go and incorporate the company without your partners.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
So that's your point, is it? So when you say, if you turn to your witness statement, paragraph D18, sorry, page D18, paragraph 50.
Okay.
You say the DIFC was the only party who could authorise and complete the incorporation of the entity.
Yeah.
You said Hexagon did all in its power and so forth. And then you say Hexagon could not finalise incorporation without the DIFC. Ultimately, only the DIFC company registrar has the authority and capability to finalise the incorporation. You seem there to be saying, well, because it's up to the registrar, that means that it's the DIFC's responsibility. But that's not what you're saying. Is that what I understand from your evidence?
Just let me read it. The DIFC. Code of However, Hexagon could not finalize the incorporation of the DIFC, not only the company.
While Mr. Al-Majid is reading, I'm getting a little bit of background noise. I don't know whether Mrs. Strange might be coming from you. I don't see that you're on mute. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm on mute. I'm on mute. I think it may be the witness.
Understood. Thank you.
Fiddling with
Just checking that everyone's muted that needs to be. Mr. Al-Majid, have you had an opportunity to read that?
Yeah, I read it. Yes.
So, what I'd understood that you were saying there was that, in effect, the defendants were responsible for the DIFC company registrar, but that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll explain what is written here. You cannot incorporate the company without the DIFC. Okay, for me, I can incorporate the DIFC company. There is a certain condition or a certain to incorporate a person or something with my partners, but we cannot incorporate the GFCO, joint venture company, or the development company, the project company. We cannot incorporate it without DIFC.
Why is that? Because you say that the DIFC needed to be a shareholder from day one.
They have to be, yeah. This is because they are going to contribute the land. Otherwise, without the land, what we have to do in this company?
Do you recall that under the terms of the original joint venture agreement, the agreement was that there would be a company and that the DIFC would buy its shares in exchange for the land? Do you recall that?
Well, again, what the DIFC will do?
Will buy its shares in the company in exchange for the land. Do you remember that?
I cannot remember it right now. If I read it, maybe I'll remember.
Bear with me 1 second.
I think.
But you accept in any event that it was possible for you to go away and incorporate a company which could then subsequently be used as a joint venture company between the parties.
I didn't know what is the requirement of the regulation and to establish a company in the IFC. And I wasn't intent to do it for my own unless if the IFC, they go with me to do it together for the company, because I have so many companies on Jebel Ali, on a free zone, the other free zone. But this one, because one of the main purpose for the IFC is this company, especially the project company, to be incorporated inside the IFC, because they want to have the full authority. We cannot sell, we cannot do anything without their approvals.
I see. So you needed them. Well, let's move on then. When it comes to the 2008 shareholders agreement, then the agreement there is that the parties will jointly incorporate a company. Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
And the point there was that the parties would then agree articles of association for the company, and then Concept Holdings would approach the registrar to incorporate the company. Yes.
Again.
Concept Holdings would approach the registrar to incorporate the company. That was the plan.
The plan will go together to incorporate the company.
Well, once the articles of association were agreed,
yeah,
and whatever forms needed to be filled in were filled in. In fact, it was Concept Holdings that was going to do the actual application, wasn't it?
I think for the incorporation, I think it has to be a mutual. Both of us, we have to do this one. We have to agree on the memorandum of incorporation, and also we have to agree on the article of association.
Yeah, but once that had happened,
yeah, I think it's not. I'm not sure. I cannot remember now, but I don't think so. We did the article of association with the IFC.
You cannot remember whether or not
we
Concept was going to do it or DIFC was going to do it.
Based on my recall, we didn't do the article of association.
I see. So when you say in your statement that the DIFC was the only party who could authorise and complete the incorporation of the entity, what you really mean is that the DIFC needed to agree to articles of association.
When we want to go, let us assume with you. I mean, we'll go to incorporate this company now in the IFC. What is the purpose of the company? To develop the plot number. Okay, the purpose is to develop a plot inside the IFC. Where is the plot? There's no plot at all.
Yeah.
The plot is it's held by the IFC themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you look, all right, let's go back to the original joint venture agreement briefly. If you look at J7, bundle J, don't put away the document in front of you because we'll probably come back to it. But if you could pick up bundle J and just go to page 7. Thank you.
J7, okay.
So this is the joint venture agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And 3.1.4, do you see that?
3.1.4.
Yeah. Do you see that clause? The master developer, that's the defendant, or the first defendant in that case, shall execute, and the parties and the investor shall procure the execution by the joint venture company of the sale and purchase agreement. And then do you see the next sentence starts like this? The purchase price shall be paid by the joint venture company to the master developer in the form of shares.
Where's this one?
On the fourth line. It's the fourth line. It's the second, literally the second sentence of the paragraph.
Okay.
The purchase price shall be paid by the joint venture company to the master developer in the form of shares in the joint venture company, and so forth. So the idea, at this stage at least, was that you would have just an off-the-shelf company, and then the DIFC would sell its land to the company in exchange for shares. You understand that, yes?
Again, you please ask me again.
The idea of this arrangement was that the DIFC would sell the land to the company and receive back shares.
On the value of the shares.
And receive back the shares that had been agreed in the company.
No, it's a legal technical. I'm not aware about it, or I cannot recall it. What I recall is I will own my side 80%, and the 20% is going to be for the IFC. Based on point. Yeah, well, on corporation.
Sorry, go on. Don't do finish.
Based on they are going to their shares based on the blood APA01, the 20%. Right. Yeah.
But my point is that you could have a joint venture company.
Yeah.
Before you have the transfer of land, couldn't you?
I can have joint venture. Well, yeah, I can.
Yeah. So Hexagon could have gone off and incorporated that company, couldn't they?
Hexagon or CHL?
Hexagon or CHL?
Yeah, we can go, but who is the partner? Who will sign on behalf of the IFC?
But you could have just arranged and bought, in effect, incorporated an off-the-shelf company, with the DIFC then buying shares in exchange for land, as envisaged by the joint venture agreement.
They have, as we, if we go based on the joint venture agreement or this shareholder agreements on whatever of the first thing is we have to go together to incorporate the company. Because once the company is being incorporated, everyone will put his shares, or the IFC will transfer the title deeds. My own, my side also, I have to transfer the capital needed.
All right.
I cannot go myself to incorporate a company. What is the just only to have a company in the IFC?
So documents were then prepared for the incorporation of a company for the purposes of the shareholders agreement. Do you remember that?
Again?
Documents were drafted, articles of association and so forth, for the incorporation of a company under the shareholders agreement. You recall that?
I can't. No, I don't think so. I recall it.
So you weren't involved in the discussions about those documents?
I can't remember. I was involved. I can't remember it right now.
So you can't say.
I was involved that time. All that during 2007 and 8, I was involved 100%. But if it's been discussed, for sure I will be aware about it.
So through 2009, there was discussion about the details of articles of association for the incorporation of a joint venture company.
In 2009.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I wasn't participate with them. I'm not sure.
All right. But then you are therefore not in a position to say
in 2000
hold on. You are not therefore in a position to say, are you, that the DIFC somehow failed to do something which was necessary for the incorporation of that company?
No, I'm in a position to say that because we signed the agreement. If you realize it's a shareholder agreement on February 2008, it's been signed in February 2008. Why it took us up to January 2009 to discuss the memorandum of incorporation or the article of association?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? That you cannot answer because
no,
you were not involved.
I will tell you that time. Since that time, still I'm in DIFC. Once we signed this agreement, we passed it through so many barriers. I mean, still this one, it has to be, I think, signed by other part of the DIFC. We have to incorporate the new company, which is being stated on the shareholder agreements. There is a new company to be established. And unfortunately, I sign on behalf of this new company.
My point is that you are simply saying it didn't happen.
Yeah,
you weren't involved in the process where it was going to happen, and yet you leap to the conclusion that it's the DIFC's fault that it didn't happen. My point is that you cannot reach that conclusion if you were not involved. Can you?
I told you I'm involved up to 2008, fully involvement. In March, I left, I go back to Saudi. But I was involved and dedicated to finalize the DIFC, especially after we signed the February agreement.
You were not involved in any of the discussions of the technical legal documents required to incorporate the joint venture company, were you?
What do you mean by technical? You mean the engineering side or the legal side?
The articles of association, the legal documents.
Yeah, if it's happened in 2008, for sure I will be there.
So you remember, do you, negotiating those documents?
No, I cannot remember now.
I see. All right. If a company had been incorporated, a joint venture company had been incorporated at that time, it would have been a company that was 65% owned by Concept Holdings, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would not have been a company that was owned by Hexagon, would it?
You mean Hexagon? Yeah, for the shareholder agreements in February, Hexagon, it's been replaced with a local company in Dubai, which is CHL, the same owner, the same shares.
But it's right to say, isn't it, that nobody ever took any steps to incorporate a joint venture company which was going to be part owned by Hexagon?
No, I think we talked too much with the DIFC to incorporate the company.
But nobody actually ever took any steps to incorporate a company that was going to be owned in part by Hexagon as opposed to Concept. That's true, isn't it?
We chased the DIFC with Ashish Mehta to incorporate it. I remember that we chased with them. We talked so much with Bishop Razi, with Rami.
But that was all to implement the 2008 agreement for a company to be owned by Concept, not for a company to be owned by Hexagon. Yes?
What do you mean again? What do you mean by this question? Again, repeat your questions, please.
You understand the distinction between the two companies. On the one hand, you have Hexagon, and on the other hand, you have Concept, yes?
Yeah.
My point is that all of the discussions about the incorporation of a company were about incorporation of a company to be owned by Concept, yes?
The negotiation with the DIFC?
Yes.
Yeah, to incorporate a new company, 35% for DIFC and 65% for Concept.
Yes, so there was never any step taken by Hexagon to incorporate a company which was going to be owned by Hexagon.
You mean for the joint venture agreement, not for the shareholder? No, we met them. We asked them many times to incorporate this company, but they said they officially told us to stop till we verify that you are a genuine investor and you pay the full amount, which took them up to April April 2007, they approved us.
But so I see. So your position is therefore that a company should have been incorporated in 2007.
Yeah, we should. From the day one, as I told you, we went once we signed the agreement with Sheikh Jum'a. We bought his shares in Hexagon. We went to the IFC to incorporate the company to start the business, but we've been holding just to, as what they say, to check. I mean, to verify the investors, to check the anti-money laundering, to do so many things, internal process in the IFC. It took them up to the end of it took them up to April 2007.
I see. But at least from April 2007, you would accept that then the aim was to get a company incorporated, which was to be owned by Concept, not Hexagon.
No, in 2004, and after in April
2007. April 2007.
We Concept is a new idea, came later. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. Yeah, Concept it wasn't there. It came Concept Holding Limited because the IFC, they want a partner located in Dubai, not located in Cayman Island.
All right, let me move on a little bit to something else. Just to set the scene, so there were discussions about the project specifications as well during the course of 2007 and 2008, weren't there? When I say specifications, I mean the mixed use and the size of the project, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you remember that from the joint venture agreement, the 2008 shareholders agreement provided for an increase in project size, yes?
Yeah, 100,000 square feet.
More than that, isn't it? Because it went up from 1,450,000 square feet to 1,750,000 square feet. So it was an increase of around 300,000 square feet.
Used to be, I think it used to be 1.650.
No, in the joint, I can show it to you if you like, but in the joint venture agreement, it was 1.45.
Yeah, because what we bought from, with the shares we bought from Sheikh Jum'a is 1.330. And this is 80%, is equal to 80% of the total built-up area. The 20% remaining is for the IFC and Nexus together. The total built-up area is going to be 1.650.
Well, actually, if you look at page J27, you'll see the amendment agreement.
Which one?
J27.
J27.
Yeah, and this is the amendments. This is the 2004 change.
Mm-hmm.
And you see there, paragraph 2.2.3, minimum built-up area of the project land.
J27. Oh, sorry.
May not matter.
Okay, J27.
The minimum total built-up area of project land set out in Schedule E shall be amended from 1,050,000 to 1,453,000.
Yeah.
You see, so it was 1.45 million, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So you misremembered that, have you?
Oh, based on the whatever I have in my memory is we bought from Sheikh Jum'a 1,330,000, which is equivalent to his 80%. This is what from my memory.
And when you were when you bought it, you were evaluating it on the basis of an 80% share, in effect, the land. Yes.
Yeah, the right. Yeah, his rights to develop. Yeah.
But you priced it up on the basis of thinking, well, this is the value of the land. I'm getting roughly 80% of that. Compare that to the price. And you felt that's how you valued whether you were going to invest.
Hexagon itself, it's on 80%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so that
I think
that then increases to 1.75 million, but it's built up area, isn't it?
Yeah, built up area.
Not gross floor area, yes?
The total built up area is going to be, I think, 1.750.
Yes, but you understand that there's a difference between gross floor area and built up area, yes?
Yeah. Yes.
So built up area is going to be a larger number than the gross floor area, yes?
I think so, yeah.
All right. And is it right then that Concept had a right to buy more land at market rate?
To buy more than?
Sorry, not land, sorry, more built up area at market rate.
Yeah, what is your questions?
You agreed that with DIFC, did you? That Concept would have the right to increase the size of the development, but they'd have to pay more at market rate, yes?
Yeah, this is, we agreed on this one. once we need. I mean, once the project development needs later extra built-up area, we have the right to buy.
Yes, and the design that you were asking Perkins and Will to develop was a design for gross floor area of 1.75 million square feet. Do you remember that?
No, this is the technical details.
But it became a problem, didn't it? Because you were trying to design something which was 1.75 million gross floor area, but you only had an agreement for 1.75 million built up area.
The difference, the difference between built up area and the gross floor area, especially when you are using or utilizing the basement to put more retails or something, you sell it. Otherwise, the difference between built up area and gross floor area on the above ground is a slightly difference, because it's how you measure it from inside the wall or from the outside of the wall. It's make a big difference when you put some retails or house residential or offices or whatever on the basement. This is where it's come to the significant change.
Well, perhaps it's an issue for Mr. Gemar. Is Mr. Gemar better able to deal with these sorts of issues?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I think his view, certainly at the time, was that it was a more significant difference than you are suggesting. And I mean, we can deal with this in one of two ways. I can go through this with you, or you can agree that you can leave it to Mr. Gemar to deal with those sorts of things.
Gemar, for sure.
But do you recall that you needed to get an increase of some sort from the DIFC to account for this difference between gross floor area in the design and built up area in the agreement? Do you remember that?
Yeah, because based on our experience in developments, sometimes when you end up with a project, you have an extra when it's come to the real measurements, when they count it, it comes to a different, you have to agree on a prices that time, how much it will cost you the extra. Sometimes you have a 30,000 square feet, sometimes you have a 40, so it depends on the final project, when the project is being finalized. So you have to agree. This one, you have to make a very clear exit for you when you have extra.
Yeah, but in the end, the DIFC agreed that the project could increase from 1.75 million GFA to 1.75 million BUA. They agreed that increase, didn't they?
I can't remember this one really. What I remember is we have 1.75 built up area maybe. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to suggest that what happened was that they increased the built up area and they gave that to you for free, didn't they? They didn't charge you anything extra for that.
No, I think this one is part of the negotiation with them when they got 15% extra from us.
No, this all comes after. When do you mean 15% extra? You mean from the 20 to the 35?
Yeah, from 20 to 35.
So 20 went up to 35 in the February 2008 agreement, didn't it?
Yeah, in 2000 agreement. Yeah, in 2000.
And the February 2000 agreement was for built up area, 1.75 million BUA. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And so it was after that they agreed to give you more, because they agreed to give you 1.75 million GFA. Do you remember that?
I remember they increased the built-up area from 1.65 to 1.75. This is what I remember actually.
Well, no, they never increased it from 1.65 to 1.75.
Based on what I remember, it's 1.65.
It went up from 1.45 to 1.75 in shareholders agreement.
So this is, but I'm sure there's somewhere in documents it's 1.65 because we bought 1,330,000 square feet from Sheikh Juma, which is equivalent to 80% of his ownership in development right of this plot.
The point I'm making is that by agreeing to increase the size of the project without charging you anything for it, they were being extremely reasonable and trying to move the project forward, weren't they?
I didn't think, how much it cost you? Let us to make the calculation. How much it cost to have for 100,000 square feet? market price 350 that time. Whatever the price, on exchange or in exchange of getting 35%, they give you this facility. But sometimes you'll not utilize the, especially sometimes when you go to extra basement and an extra, that means it costs you more than whatever. I mean, you have, they give you in details. Sometimes 1.650. Based on, because the built-up area, I think when D1 they give us the proposal that time, they give us based on 1,650,000 or 1,750,000 square feet, and the basement. I remember that time it was 5 basement plus 3 podium. It's the total parking area that time 1.6 million square feet, which is too much really that time. For 1.750, it's not a big privilege. 100,000, if you reflect it on the total cost, it's not a big privileges, but okay, it's extra. They give it extra in exchange of increasing their shares from 20% to 35%.
I think I'm going to try one last time with this one, my lord, and just make the point that this what I'm asking you about is what came after the 2008 shareholders agreement. So after the increase in the shareholding, there was an increase subsequent to that in the amount of project size that you were entitled to build, and the DIFC did not charge you anything, did not get any benefit in exchange for that. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Disagree with that.
I see. Is it 147? We'll come back. We'll leave that. All right. The other thing that needed to be determined to press forward with this project was the mix of use that there was going to be in this development. Now, the 2008 shareholders agreement did not set a mix of use, did it?
Shareholder agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't recall, or if you don't recall, just say you don't recall. That's fine.
I don't recall.
I see. But do you accept that there were extended discussions about which mix of use should be adopted for this project?
What's your questions exactly?
Do you accept that there were extended discussions between the parties about what mix of use should be adopted for this project?
Yes.
And from your side, Concept Holdings made various requests as to the mix use.
As what?
As to what mix use there should be adopted.
I can't understand your questions.
Concept Holdings made various requests to the DIFC that the DIFC should allow various different mixes of use. Yes?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that those discussions were something that Mr. Gemma was mostly involved in?
Yeah, Mr. Jum'a, based on the market research study, Mr. Jum'a, he's got this information from the market. What is the market are looking for?
I see. So he was asking for certain things that he thought made most commercial sense for the project, and most of the time the DIFC was saying, we have a master plan that we need to adhere to.
No, they never say we have a master plan. No. It used to be on a negotiation.
They never said there isn't a master plan.
I can't remember specifically, but what I remember on 2000, later on 2009, I think they told us even 1.75 we cannot reach it, and the mixed use it has to be whatever is being put on the main master plan. Yes.
So they did say, we've got to follow the master plan, yes?
In 2009, not in 2008.
Well, you said they never said that there's a master plan.
No. I'm talking about in 2008. Even at one point, even the privilege 100,000 square feet, you said it's without is it a privilege? Even this one is not valid.
I'll have to come back to that. In terms of those discussions, though, There were, as between concept and the DIFC, about moving away from the mixed use in the master plan. Those were discussions that were largely undertaken by Mr. Gemma, is that right? And not by yourself?
The negotiation of what?
Of the mixed use.
Mixed use, yeah, mainly from the Adel Jum'a, he was there.
I see.
Yeah, because he has to act to get the approval from the engineering department in the IFC.
So, I mean, it may be that you just, that is why you don't recall this. But if, for example, you were to pick up bundle F and it is volume 3, please, and turn to page 1379. 1379.
79.
Do you see there a letter from the DIFC, and it's addressed to Mr. Gemma, and it addresses these 2 points. Firstly, the GFA for PO1 is 1.75 million square feet. So they've increased the project size from 1.75 million to 1.75 million GFA. And then they say the mixed use for the PA01 is as per the master plan guideline. So you told me a moment ago that they never told you in 2008 that they had to stick to the master plan. Do you want to change that evidence now, do you think?
Yeah, from my recall, this one is being written to Adel Jum'a, CEO, with the previous discussion. As per the master plan guidance. Yeah, as per the master plan guidance. Yeah, this is the.
So did you see that at the time?
28th of October.
Yeah. Did you see that letter at the time?
Yeah.
You did see it at the time?
I can't recall it now. I see it at the time.
So are we better off? Well, actually, if we turn over the page, sorry, page 1380. Do you see Mr. Adel Gemma sent you the letter, in fact, on the following day?
Let's confirm.
You're the first CC, aren't you?
Yeah.
And then in the middle of that page, he says, well, firstly, that it's an increase to the GFA, but then he says, however, the letter mentions that the mix is to be as per the master plan guidelines, which is a bit disappointing. So actually, in 2008, you knew that the DIFC was insisting on the master plan, yes?
Just let me read this one, this time from you that we have received a letter. Yeah, I read this one now.
Yeah, so you knew in 2008 that the DIFC was insisting on a mix in accordance with the master plan, yes?
Yeah, in October, at the end of 2008.
Yeah, but so you told me earlier that in 2008 they didn't say that.
Yeah.
You'd obviously misremembered that.
Yeah.
Do you think, therefore, we are better talking about these sorts of issues with Mr. Gemma than with you?
Yeah, it's much better. He will recall this one because he was the one who was dealing technically with the TCOM and the IFC themselves in the engineering department.
Yeah, and in reality, you don't have you clearly don't have any great recollection of the discussions about the mixed use.
Yeah,
Is that fair?
whatever I remember is we give Adil or we give even the IFC what is the best on market, what is the fast selling.
Yes.
This was, I think, 88% of offices.
Yes, but you understand that they have a master plan for a purpose. Yeah. Their concern is not just this one particular project.
Yeah.
They have to be concerned about the development of the entire DIFC. So you understand that they're entitled to insist on sticking to the master plan, yes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they have to because there is so many studies being prepared to have this full master plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
And therefore, if you're going to persuade them to move away from the master plan, that's something that's going to they don't have to do. Yes.
Yeah. They should. Okay, the master plan is give you the built-up area, and they give you the mixed also. But also there is a slight change. I mean, you cannot be. It's not a holy book. I mean, the master plan you have to follow. There is a slight change based on the market change. When the IFC did the master plan in 2003, it's totally completely different than 2008. The market response was so high that time.
Now, you've already told us that you took a step back from this project in, I think you said February 2009.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Mr. Smith, can I ask a question?
Of course.
I haven't grasped who TCOM are. TECOM.
Yeah.
Who are they?
It's like Dubai municipality. They divide the authorities in every different zone. There is no Dubai municipality. You cannot go there to the Dubai municipality. They make TCOM, which is looking for the free zone authorities. I think it's like municipality authority to give you the rights to develop or the building license. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You mentioned earlier in your evidence an issue about an affection plan.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, is that something that Mr. Gemma was really dealing with, the DIFC?
The affection plan for me as an investor just give me the main guideline, the total built-up area approved in this area. Give me the guideline just only for me, for my own studies. But for the technical, for sure, we'll leave it to Adil Jama.
Yeah, but you appreciate that the need for an affection plan arose as a result of a road that was going to be introduced around the northern border of the plot, yes?
Again?
You appreciate that the need for an affection plan in this period arose as a result of the introduction of a road which was going to be introduced around the northern corner of the plot.
The affection plan for me, it's just to give me the exact, because we used to be, and sometimes the built-up area is 1.5, sometimes 1.6. It's give us the exact how much allocated for this plot on the master plan. So this is from my point of view. But for Dr. Adil, it's important for him to find the street, the level of the street. So many technical issues for him.
So you're not talking about the road when you talk about affection plan.
But for me, the affection plan, it was needed from the day one we signed with them. We want to see the affection plan.
All right. Now, to come back to what I was saying earlier, you took a step back from around February 2009.
Almost, yes.
We know that the financial crisis started to be felt in Dubai during the course of 2009.
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that by 2010, early 2010, the shareholders were no longer interested in pursuing the 2008 shareholders agreement? No. So your position is that they wanted to carry on and have Concept Holdings as the shareholder and keep the 2008 agreement in place. Is that your position?
What I can recall, away from the legal definitions. We are, as a Hexagon or CHL, still we are interested in this plot. I mean, we'll not waste whatever we paid before. We'll continue in development.
You're interested in the plot, but you want to change the agreement that you agreed in February 2008, yes?
From my recall, I didn't think so. We negotiate.
Were you involved in any of those negotiations in 2010?
Also, I cannot remember if I'm involved that time, but because, you know, I was most of my time spent with my mother.
Were you involved in giving instructions, for example, to King & Spalding in their preparation of various memoranda that were produced in 2010 and 2012?
Yeah, if there is anything related to King & Spalding, sometimes they used, Mr. Jawad, he used to call me, Abdullah, find the time to read this one or that, yeah, but just on a specific purpose, not on a day-to-day business related to the IFC.
Yes, but when you contacted him, did you tell him that you wanted to change the 2008 shareholders agreement?
I can't remember really.
You can't remember?
No, I can't remember.
All right. Just to try and jog your memory a little bit, if we go to bundle F, volume 4, please.
Which one?
Volume 4, please. And it's page, do you have it? Thanks.
Which one? Page what?
If we start at 1714.
1714.
Do you see in the middle of the page, there's an email from Mr. Mehta to someone called Kira Summers and various other people. And that's an email effectively to the DIFC setting up a meeting with the DIFC in January 2010. Yes? Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it. The blue one, yeah. Take a confirm to attend this meeting. Okay.
And then if we go back a page to 1713, we see the email from Mr. Jawad Ali at the top of the page. Yes,
No.
Do you see that?
Okay.
And this is Mr. Jawad Ali making contact about the meeting that was set up with the DIFC. And he says, do you see that on the third line towards the end, he said, please note, do you see that?
On the third line of Jawad email, you mean?
Yes. So he says, please note that the agenda of the meeting will be wider than what was outlined in your email below. The investors would like to discuss the structure of the investment in general, the capitalization of the new co, the transfer of the property, and other related matters regarding the joint venture and the development of the project. So you were one of the investors that was being referred to there, yes?
But I'm not CC on this email.
I know you're not,
Yeah.
but you must have had discussions with Mr. Jawad Ali, yes?
No, I can't remember really if I have.
You don't remember what instructions you gave him at the time?
No, the instruction at that time, I don't think so to change anything on the legal structure, on the main we agreed before. But you know, whatever we agreed in 2010, there are so many dramatic change has come. Yeah.
That's why we take it in stages, and I don't want to ask you about those bits later because you weren't involved in them. So I'm just trying to understand your involvement at this stage.
I can't remember.
Mr. Jawad Ali is saying the investors would like to discuss the structure of the investment in general. So he is saying that the investors, which would include you, wants to change the structure of the deal. Did you in 2010 want to change the structure of the deal?
Based on what I remember, no, I didn't think so. We changed the main structure of the deal. I don't know that maybe he's talking about details, whatever. But the main concept of the agreement, I don't think so. We discussed it. I cannot remember this one.
He also said that you wanted to discuss the capitalization of the new co. Yes. Now, the capitalization of the joint venture company is about how much money needed to be invested into the joint venture company at the outset, yes?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, yeah.
And so did you want to change what had been agreed about that in the 2008 shareholders agreement?
Okay, you know, in 2010 especially, yeah, I mean, if you talk about Dubai that time and everyone is going out Dubai, nothing, then okay, as a business, we will discuss so many things. We have to mitigate our risk. We have to, yeah, it's a very, very, very natural, I mean, to do a discussion after this global crisis. And Dubai, it was one of the major cities in the world has been affected by this crisis. Everyone knows that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure you had your reasons, and I'm not asking about your reasons. I'm just asking about what you wanted at the time.
When I read about the capitalization, I feel it's a very natural to talk about capitalization.
Yes, so it's very, very normal. You would say, yeah, well, we previously committed to invest upfront $98.5 million.
Yeah.
We want to discuss that now. In other words, we want to change that now.
Yeah, very natural to talk about how much we'll inject right now because everything is slowed down. Not even the government of Dubai itself, they stop most of their projects. They cancel a lot of projects.
Nobody is criticizing the business
No,
sense.
yeah, I told you, I'm not even, I mean,
yeah.
I told you it's a very natural to talk about capitalization.
But the reality is that you wanted to reduce the amount of investment that was required up front at that time.
It could be, this is one of the reasons. I cannot remember, I cannot recall.
All right, and then if we go to the, there's then a meeting, I think, and a memorandum is prepared. If you go, please, we've got to pick up, I'd leave that open actually, but if we go to bundle J and turn to tab 4.
Tab 4?
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you go to page J62.
62.
Now, firstly, presumably as one of the major shareholders in the company, Hexagon, you had seen this memorandum before it was sent out, yes?
I'm sure he talked to my brother, either to me, but I cannot recall this one specifically.
You don't recall this at all?
No.
I see. All right. Well, look, I mean, if I'll show you some of the things. If you don't recall anything about it, then that's fine and we can move on. But I'll just ask you what you recall about what was going on behind the scenes, if I can put it like that, at the time of this memorandum. But if you go to page J62, do you see there under the heading proposed legal structure? It says
proposed legal. Okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
It says, although the shareholders agreement attempts to introduce a revised structure, that is revised from the joint venture agreement, different to the one proposed under the amended joint venture agreement, we believe the structure set out in the amended joint venture agreement is the better structure to proceed with. So do you recall, did you share that view at the time?
I can't recall that.
See. But it looks like from this.
If you give me a minute just to read it, maybe I'll remember something about it. Still, I think he's still keeping the same 65 and 35. No change in the.
But he's saying that the 65 is going to be owned by Hexagon, not by Concept.
Okay.
So, and then if you look down the page, in the big paragraph in the middle, do you see at the end of the second line, he says, we would suggest that the shareholders agreement needs significant revision in order to reflect the correct structure of the project. And to that end, it would be preferable to prepare a new shareholders agreement incorporating elements of the shareholders agreement and the requirements stipulated for any such agreement as set out in the amended joint venture agreement. So did you give him instructions to negotiate the amendment to the 2008 shareholders agreement?
I can't recall this one, but at that time, what I remember is we still 65%, 35%. We agreed on that, I think.
I see, but you can't recall whether or not you asked him to change the deal that you'd struck in 2008?
No, I can't recall it.
So presumably then you can't recall whether you wanted at that time DIFC to go on and do all the things that you say it was required to do under the terms of that 2008 agreement.
Again, what is your question?
Well, do you recall whether at this point in time, 2010, you wanted the DIFC to do the things like company incorporation that you say were needed to bring the 2008 agreement into effect?
Yeah, I remember in I was involved in 2008. I was involved in 2007. I remember that. Yeah, we asked.
I'm asking you about what you were thinking what you were doing in 2010.
What I was doing in 2010.
What you were thinking in 2010 about the 2008 agreement, and whether you still wanted the DIFC to go forward with it, or whether you were instructing your lawyers to try to renegotiate it. Which is it?
From my recall, I think the DIFC that time, as they didn't incorporate the company, that means still we are not, the CHL, the Concept Holding Limited Company, is not valid, because it's going to be valid once the new company, we are in a partnership with the DIFC incorporated. That means the concept will replaced by Hexagon. This is in a simple things for me, as I'm not legal to go on a deep of this.
Understood. You don't really remember, I think, is where we get to on that.
No, the main instructions to Jawad or even to Ashish Mehta before is just, guys, we want to incorporate the company to transfer the title deeds. We'll inject the money. We'll proceed with the development, because, as I told you before, this one, it means a lot for us, not only in the profit side on the cash. It's mean even in rebranding ourselves. It's give us a very big footprint in real estate developments in Dubai or in all GCC countries. But this is the main. Still that time, we are interested to develop.
So are you telling me that now that you do remember what you instructed Mr. Ali to do?
This is the general things I remember, but in details, I can't remember, to be honest.
I see.
Yeah.
And then if you look at page J63.
J63, okay.
You're talking about the arrangements, the financial arrangements, and at the top of the page you say, Mr. Jawad Ali's memorandum says, Hexagon will also be responsible for contributing the equity portion of the total cost of the project, brackets, and procuring...
Where is it exactly? I can't...
Top of page J63, it's literally the first line.
Okay,
so the end of the line, Hexagon will also be responsible for contributing the equity portion of the total cost of the project and for procuring financing on behalf of the project company. Hexagon may contribute such equity portion by way of additional equity into the project company, shareholder loans, or a combination of both as Hexagon deems appropriate. So the effect of that was that it would be up to Hexagon to decide whether to invest anything at all, or alternatively, whether to arrange a loan on behalf of the company. The effect of that would be that there would be no obligation for an upfront equity investment by Hexagon. Did you instruct Mr. Ali to make that proposal?
I can't remember this one. This one, especially in 2010 March, that's me, Abdul Sami Al-Fadl, he was representing Tanmiyat and Rumezan. Jawad, he was our lawyer at that time. I can't recall we asked this one or not, really.
So you can't recall whether you gave him instructions about to negotiate a deal You can't recall whether that deal would or would not involve an upfront injection of capital by Hexagon. That's what you're telling me.
Again?
You cannot recall whether you instructed Mr. Ali to negotiate a deal which involved an upfront investment of capital. You don't know whether you did or you didn't.
I cannot recall what is it specifically. But I know Jawad, he's replaced by Ashish Mehta. Sorry, King and Spalding. King and Spalding, they've been replaced by Ashish on, I think, early 2010. This is what I can recall, but on details, I don't think so. I can't remember.
We're just trying to get to the bottom of what you do remember, because a little bit earlier,
I can't remember.
You told me earlier what you could remember.
Yeah.
Looking up at page 93, line 4, you said the main instructions to Jawad or even to Ashish. No, I'm just reading back to you what you told me. So just listen, please.
Okay.
And you told me the main instructions to Jawad or even to Ashish Mehta before is just, guys, we want to incorporate the company to transfer the title deeds. We will inject the money. We will proceed with the development.
Yeah.
What you're just telling me now is you don't remember what your instructions were in relation to the injection of money.
No. I told you from the beginning, we are in Hexagon or either CHL. We are up to 2009, before the crisis, the global crisis finance has been starts. We are committed as a Hexagon or CHL to develop and to inject the money. But what happened after 2009, I think you have to imagine what was happening at that time, and for sure the discussion is going to be changed. As it's a normal thing. I mean, it's a business issues. The whole city is collapsing at that time. Yeah, and you are going to develop 1.75 million square feet in a very business district. That's mean you have to consider this one. This is a general thing, but on details, no, sorry, I cannot remember.
So the deal has to change because of the global financial crisis.
It could be, yeah, it's very, very natural in business.
And I'm not criticizing you for making that business decision.
I know.
I'm trying to understand what it is that you were doing.
I know.
So the deal that was struck in 2008 had to change as a result of the financial crisis, yes?
Yeah, it could be, yes.
And therefore, logically, the deal that was struck in 2003 and then 2004, the old joint venture agreement, that also had to change as a result of the global financial crisis, didn't it?
The 2003?
Yes.
2004, the amended.
Yes.
Yeah, if we start that time on a proper time, if we start to incorporate the company and start working in 2005, the whole projects will be finished even before the crisis, the global crisis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I understand your position on that. What I'm asking you is about having gone past that, you then had given up, in effect, on the original project, and you want a different arrangement. And that is what you're trying to negotiate in 2010, amendments to the original deal. Yes?
I think, the situation in 2003 is similar to 2010 as the prices on let us to say on the lowest. Yeah, in 2003, the price per square foot is being evaluated by 100 dirhams. And I think in 2010, it goes back to the same value. If we go back to the same joint venture agreement that time, it's going to be good for us.
But that would have meant that you would have had to inject liquid capital of the entire total project costs.
Sure. For sure, I will inject, because in 2010, during the crisis, I inject myself in Tanmiyat from Saudi Arabia to my projects in Dubai, more than $80 million.
Well, hang on, we'll come to that in a moment. But if we just go back to the paragraph that we're looking at, the effect, as we discussed, it is of what's being proposed is that Hexagon doesn't need to inject any upfront capital at all.
Again?
The effect of what your lawyers were proposing was that Hexagon did not need to inject any upfront capital at all.
No, I can't remember this one. I can't remember it really.
Now, if we go forward please, in the same bundle, and I'm afraid we have to go to the final tab. It's tab 25. Would you turn up page 199, please?
Which one?
199, please.
199, okay.
Thank you. Now, if we start at 198, actually, you'll see a memorandum which is dated 2012. Now, did you see this memorandum at the time?
I think this one it was under Abdul Sami involvement that time. He was there.
So you were not involved in this?
Huh?
You were not involved in this?
No, I don't think so. I was involved in 2012, 26th of April. I don't think so. I was involved.
I just want to ask you about one thing then, if I may. If you go to page 199 and you look at the heading 19th of February 2008, it's in the middle of the page. Do you see it?
Yeah. Where is it?
19th of February 2008. Yeah. You see that? And it refers to the shareholders agreement dated, with Concept Holdings Limited. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
So it's talking about the February 2008 shareholders agreement. And then if you look at the fourth line, starting on the last word of that line, do you see it starts after the definition of the shareholders agreement? The shareholders agreement purported to terminate the amended joint venture agreement. However, neither NextCap nor Hexagon executed the shareholders agreement. So is it fair to say that as at 2012, do you recall this, that Hexagon's position was that it could not be held to the 2008 shareholders agreement, that it was not bound by the 2008 shareholders agreement?
I didn't understand your questions.
In 2012, when this memorandum was written, was it Hexagon's position that it was not bound by the 2008 shareholders agreement?
What do you mean by bound?
That it was not a party to it, it had not properly executed it.
Okay.
Was that its position? Do you recall?
Again, the question. Now I understand what bound mean. Again, please, would you repeat your questions?
Was it your position in 2012 that Hexagon was not bound by the shareholders agreement because it had not executed the shareholders agreement?
No, I'm not in the position that time. I'm not aware about.
You're not what?
I'm not aware about the discussion in the IFC.
So you asked me to repeat the question 3 times about the period,
I understand. Yeah,
and your answer is you weren't involved at the time.
I have to understand your questions before I have to.
I see.
Sorry if you are, but I have to understand it.
Bear with me, sorry.
You have to understand that I never studied outside of Saudi. I did the English just by practice.
I understand. It's a difficult process, and I would not want to be the one answering the questions. I'm not. I understand. And if you just bear with me, I'm just trying to shortcut through a few of my questions so that we can speed this up. All right, I'm going to move on to a different topic, if I may. My lord, we're about 7 minutes before the break. I was going to move on to a very different topic of financing. I'm happy to take that time, take a little bit more time, whatever you would like. I know it's more relevant to your lunchtime than it is to ours.
The question is, what's your best estimate as to how long the next stretch will be, or indeed how long the final stretch will be?
Yes, I mean, I'm hopeful that I will get through this in the next session. I may need most of it. I mean, it's difficult to guess, frankly. It could be an hour, it could be 2, it could be 3, but I would hope that we'll get through it in the next session.
I think I'm in favour, if no one else has any problems with it, for a further 20 minutes or so, and taking a 3/4 of an hour break or thereabouts at that stage.
Thank you, my lord.
For my own part, my lord, I'm overwhelmingly indifferent, but I'm far less important than the witness and the transcriber. So I have nothing to add other than that their views count more than mine.
Would you for a long break? Are we? Thank you. All right. I want to ask
transcriber happy to do another 20 minutes and then take the longer break. The answer was there none.
Yes, I am. Sorry, my lord. I was just trying.
That's all right. Thank you very much indeed.
An impromptu speaking part in a trial is probably not everyone's cup of tea, but there we are. All right, paragraph, could you look at your statement, please, D28. And this is the section, Hexagon's willingness and ability to finance the project.
Which one?
So it's your witness statement, page D28.
Okay, which paragraph?
75, please. So starting in the middle of the second line, you see that Hexagon and its shareholders were always willing and able to finance this project. You then say, certainly at the time, financing of real estate projects in Dubai was not an issue. Local and international banks alike were willing to fund property development in Dubai. Now, I just want to ask you a couple of things about that. Firstly, at the time, there you're talking about the period up to the financial crisis, yes?
At the time, we talk about 2005-6, yeah.
2005 and 6,
Yeah.
all right.
7,
And
up to, yeah, even just only the time before crisis.
yeah, and the crisis really started in America in spring of 2008, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And is it fair to say that the effects of that crisis started to be felt in Dubai towards the end of 2008, in your view?
No, from my memory, I remember that in 2000, up to the end of 2008, the crisis has been start to affect Dubai, because you know the investors in Dubai, they are not locals. All are expect, and they're coming from different countries in the world, and everyone knows that time every day on the news about the subprime mortgage issues in the state.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that just got worse and worse until.
Yeah. It's arrived to Dubai, and I think on the second quarter of 2009.
In the second quarter, you think thereabouts? Fine.
I think so. Yeah.
But by late 2009, there are really serious problems in the Dubai real estate market, aren't there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, by late 2009 and 2010.
And we all know about the problems that there were with government developers like Nakheel and the development of the Dubai World Tribunal and all of those things that were introduced to try to fix the problem in Dubai. You're aware of all of that, are you?
Yeah, yes, I remember that.
Yeah. So when you say there was financing of real estate projects in Dubai was not an issue at the time, is it fair to say that by the second quarter of 2009, it had become an issue?
Because, I'll tell you, my witness is for the time between 2005 until 2009. But when I'm talking about the time where I was there in Dubai that time.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then what I'm suggesting is that at that time, it then became a problem, didn't it, with the global financial crisis?
Based on what I remember right now, when I was at that time, I mean the time we start involved in this project.
Yes, but so at the time you're saying it's not a problem. What I'm saying is it then became a problem arranging financing with the global financial crisis.
Yeah,
yes?
for sure. Yes.
Now, in 2007, you were in discussions with Bear Stearns, weren't you?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you were discussing with them proposals for them to try to raise finance for you for this project, yes?
For 10 million, not for this project only. For 10 million.
Not just for this project. You were looking to raise about $800 million, was it?
This is the fund amount. Is going to be 800, but it depends on how much we draw from this amount.
I see.
They give you allocation of 800. Yeah.
And how many investors you could find to buy into it, presumably? How many? Well, because Bear Stearns were not themselves going to invest, were they?
Yeah, they are a bank. They are especially dedicated on real estate funds.
But the particular discussions you were having with them were for them to arrange finance for you, not for them actually to invest with you.
Yeah, to arrange a finance for me.
And they sent you a term sheet in May 2007, didn't they? Do you remember that?
Yeah, they sent me in April, I think, but in May it's going to be one of the revised one, I think. But the first term sheet, I received it earlier than May.
Oh, I see. So there were two term sheets, you think?
No, it's the draft.
Yes.
The draft, yeah.
So, but there were two drafts of the term sheets, yes?
Yeah, I think one in April, the other one in May.
All right. And if we go to, where is it? F78. It's bundle F. I think it's volume 2, and it's page 537. Is that right?
Just wait, please. Which one?
537.
537, yes.
Yeah. So actually 534, thank you. 534.
Okay.
So you'll see at the top there, it says indicative terms and conditions as at 23 May 2007, yes?
Yeah.
So this is this was the last draft that you received.
Yeah, I saw this one in documents, the last draft, 23rd of May.
But there was a prior one, was there?
I think, negotiation, I used to start with them maybe March in 2007.
So this was the concluded version of the this was the final version of the term sheet that you had effectively agreed with Bear Stearns.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's the final.
All right. And I think you would accept that the effect of this term sheet was that it anticipated that security would be granted over the project land and over the project building as well, yes?
Which project you mean?
The one we're talking about.
Yeah,
no,
yeah. There is, in the IFC especially, the securities came mainly from our project in Dubai, which is Dubai Land project. Then another 3 buildings in Business Bay. Then we add also later on, we add some securities from Saudi Arabia.
Yes, so, but also it was security over the project land, the DIFC project land, and the DIFC project, yes?
We told them, we cannot mortgage the DIFC plot.
But this is the final term sheet, though, that you've negotiated in May, yes?
I saw this one, but I remember, and also in my emails, I remember we sent an email, the DIFC is excluded, we cannot security, but what they will do, they will make like, the closed escrow account, we cannot use the money inside the proceeds coming from the DIFC unless we pay the loan for them. Yeah,
let's look at this document, which you've said was the final negotiated term sheet. Mm-hmm. If you go down to page 543 of the bundle. 543.
Okay. Which one?
And do you see borrower security?
Which page? 534?
No, 543.
543. Okay. 543, okay.
You have that?
Yeah.
You see borrower security?
Yeah.
The following security shall be granted by the borrower and other obligors and so forth. And then it says, little paragraph 1, the land constituting the entire site of the projects and all buildings constructed thereon subject to something, and commercial units in respect of the something and the DIFC project that have been sold and completed and further subject to allowable and mandatory asset sales. And then if you carry on, you'll see on the next page, little paragraph 6, you're also proposing to give security over the shares of DIFC and its subsidiaries. Yes? Mm-hmm. And also 15, overall construction contracts, insurances, and completion bonds and guarantees. Where was the project? Over little 19 on page 545, all monies received from the sale of commercial units associated with something and the DIFC project. So it's right, isn't it, that what was being proposed here was that there would be security over things which you were not able to give?
Yes, but I don't know where is it. But I remember there is one email we asked Mr. Haytham Karakat, the one who was dealing with us from Paris 10s. I was on day-to-day dealing with this issue, me and Dr. Khan from Tanmiyat side. We asked him to exclude everything come from the IFC and is going to be replaced from Saudi securities, especially we have one big plot in the Holy City. Right. There is, I'm sure we agreed on that time, everything related to the IFC is going to be, the only thing is going to be, we will give them a guarantee that nothing will be withdrawn from the IFC sales of proceeds and until we pay the security, the loan back.
All right. Well, you say that there are some emails there. We've never seen those emails. They've not been produced.
Yeah, I'm sure. I was dealing myself with this issue.
All right, but you agree that no revised terms were produced?
I don't know. There's another one or not, but I'm sure that we agreed with Paris 10s to exclude everything related to the IFC.
All right, but you told me already that this was the final version of the term sheet that you had.
I didn't say the final. So when you say May, I said there is something even in April.
In April, beforehand?
Yeah, before that we have. It's not, the negotiation doesn't start on May with Paris 10.
I agree with that, but this is the culmination, isn't it, of negotiations? And there's no term sheet that comes after this, is there?
I cannot remember, is there any other version or not, but I'm sure we asked the IFC, we asked Paris 10 to exclude everything related to the IFC.
So if you look at your witness statement, please, at page D30. D30.
Okay.
You say this in the middle of that paragraph 82. Do you see paragraph 82?
By November, that's how we had this.
Yeah. You say, in fact. No, I'm just asking you to look at the sentence in the middle. In fact, do you have that? In fact, my brother and I?
Just wait.
No, I'm asking you just to find the passage first.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read it to you.
Yeah.
Tell you what you say, and then we can talk about it. You say, in fact, my brother and I, together with Dr. Khan, flew to London to meet with Bear Stearns to sign the term sheet and advance the financing process.
Yeah.
So you went to London to sign this term sheet, did you?
By November. I'm sure it's not May version.
So you now think there was another version of the term sheet that came after May?
100% sure we exclude all securities related to the IFC.
Nothing like that has been produced, and it's inconsistent with what you just told me earlier.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you're changing your evidence, are you?
No, I'm not changing my evidence. I say, no, I'm not changing my evidence. My evidence, when I say we flow in November.
I see.
All
right. Well, let's go back to this this term sheet, if we may.
Which one?
If you go back to the bundle F and just go to the term sheet, I just want to show you a couple of other things. If we go to page 535, please.
535.
Yeah. So this is just the second page of the term sheet.
535, yes.
Yeah. Do you see there a list of obligors? It says do you see at the top, it says the borrower shall be wholly owned by holdings. The other obligors under the intercompany loan shall be, and then there's a list of obligors, yes? And do you see, you've obviously blanked out some of them, but the one that we can see says DIFC, a limited liability company incorporated in Dubai and wholly owned by the borrower, which is the owner of the land comprising the something development project at the DIFC Dubai. Now, just to clear this up, the borrower in relation to that was Tanmiat, wasn't it?
Tanmiat, yeah.
So this was a proposal to obtain funding for Tanmiat, yes?
Yeah.
And under the terms of the JVA, the joint venture agreement, Hexagon was supposed to own shares in the joint venture company, not Tanmiat, yes?
Yeah, Hexagon owned the shares, yeah.
And so the assumption in this document is that Tanmiat would wholly own a DIFC company, which in turn would wholly own the land on which the project was to be developed, yes?
Read it very well.
That's what it says.
By the borrower, which is the owner of the land. This is, when I say this is not the final version.
But anyone looking at this document would think that the borrower had complete control over the land and the project, wouldn't they?
No, we didn't have a control at all.
I know you didn't, but anyone looking at this document would think you did, wouldn't they?
No, the documents, we put it as a proof that we have term sheets. We work very well on financing the project. Okay. There is a cost, even there's a cost. If we go forward, I mean, when we sign the final term sheets on November, I don't know where is it really. Maybe I lost it from my hard disk when they talk all the information. But this is May. I remember we used to win with, there's a term sheets on April, then May. I'm sure there's a final one. It was maybe end of June, July, something. Once we sign it, the final term sheets with them, I'm 100% sure we exclude everything related to the IFC because we cannot do anything related to the IFC. And there is a structure of this loan is to create a company in Cayman Island for Tanmiat, owned by Tanmiat, and all the loans goes there in the entire. Internally, we agreed with the Hexagon shareholders that the money is going to be lent to Hexagon, and they are they are committed to pay us back in Tanmiat the money.
Did you tell Bear Stearns that you, the borrower, Tanmiat and the group, would have complete and unencumbered title over the land?
No.
But this information that's recorded here about the DIFC company being owned by the borrower and itself owning the land, it must have come from you, mustn't it?
No, this is a draft. When they draft it as a term sheets contract, it's a draft. They put everything on the draft, all the projects you have, because when we're being introduced to them, we give them a presentation, a list of all the projects has been Tanmiat involved in, either in Saudi or in Dubai or in United Arab Emirates or everywhere other side in the world. When we give them this agreement, when they put this agreement, they include all the projects. But we ask them, because the money is going to be utilized and used in Dubai, they put only the Dubai projects. We ask them to take DIFC out of this agreement and instead replace it with one of the largest plots. We own it in the holy city in Saudi Arabia.
Can I ask you to turn back in the bundle to page 407, please? I'm afraid you're going to have to go to volume 1.
Which one?
Volume 1, please. Page 407.
Volume 1. Just okay, 407. I'm there.
In a moment.
Oh.
All right, thank you very much. So this is a letter to you. This is from Bear Stearns, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're setting out their instructions from you to Tamniat. I say you, but it's to Tamniat, which is effectively controlled by you, isn't it?
Okay.
And it's dated 16th March 2007.
Yeah.
Would you look, please, over the page 408?
Okay.
In the middle of the page, do you see there it says this? Middle of the page, we have.
Middle, yeah, we have been further.
We have been further advised that in order to fund the purchase of the full and unencumbered title over the land, comprising each of the projects, certain professional services and certain pre-infrastructure works with respect to the projects, the sponsors has to date provided the borrower 635 million in shareholder loans. So is it right? The sponsors in this case were you and your brother, were they?
Again, what is your questions exactly?
The sponsors that are being referred to here, who are they?
The sponsor, yeah, Tanmiyat, I think, me and my brother. Yeah.
All right. And is it right then that Tamniat, you, told Bear Stearns that the borrower would have full and unencumbered title of the project land?
Yeah, is he talking about the IFC right now itself, or is he talking about the Living Legend project?
He's including the DIFC.
Yeah, as I told you at the beginning, this is March. That's mean once we start the negotiation with them for the finance. That's mean this is the main general. When we give them a presentation, they include everything. But later, we ask them to exclude the IFC. But the main money is not going for the IFC. The main money is going for Living Legends.
Well, let's start at the beginning of it, please.
Yeah.
So if you can see from the previous page that the projects includes the DIFC project. We can see that, right?
Which one?
Under paragraph 1.1, under the bit that's been blocked out.
Yeah.
It includes the project within the DIFC and other projects, and that defines them as the projects, yes? So then over the page on 408, Bear Stearns is saying, we've been advised that in order to fund the purchase of the full and unencumbered title over the land comprising each of the projects, and so forth. So were you telling Bear Stearns that you owned or wanted to own the full and unencumbered title over the plot?
No, I think, and it's been recorrect later on. This is the first draft they sent us. For sure, from the first draft, there is a misunderstood. As they, that
misunderstanding carries on, doesn't it, from March all the way through to May?
No, as I told you, from my recall, and I'm 100% sure that on the final term sheet, we exclude everything related to the IFC, because that time they want to see a title deed. How to secure something. When I sign final term sheets, do you think they will accept to sign with me at final term sheets without a DIFC title deed? It's been replaced. When I fly with my brother to London to sign the final term sheets, that's mean we show them the title deed of all the projects in Dubai, and the replaced security.
My lord, I think my time is up.
Yes, have you finished this topic?
Not quite, but I think to complete it will take more than 5 minutes. So now would be convenient.
All right, we'll take the longer break now. How long do people need?
45 minutes.
Yes, it's the witness really who matters most in this. Mr. Al-Majed, are you happy with a 45-minute break?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, take whatever refreshment you need or whatever.
Okay.
Very good. All right. 45 minutes. That takes us to 10 minutes to the hour, does it?
No. Yes.
I think so. 10 minutes to the hour. All right.
Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you very much. Say this before, please, Mr. Al-Majed, about not talking to people about the case and so on. Thank you very much.
I understand the witness is in situ. Oh, there we go.
It's arrived.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, let's carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Al-Majed, I just want to ask you one more question about one more thing about Bear Stearns, please. So one of the things you told me earlier was you said, I'm sure that we agreed with Bear Stearns to exclude everything related to the DIFC. Yes?
Yes.
Can I ask you please to look at your witness statement, paragraph 82. Page 30 of the bundle.
Paragraph what?
82, please.
82.
And it's halfway down 82. Describe flying to London to meet with Bear Stearns to sign the term sheet and advance the financing process, yes?
Yeah.
And then you say, the one issue impeding the progress of the financing was the fact that the JV company had not been incorporated.
Yeah.
Bear Stearns made it clear to us that they could not advance the financing until we had the JV company in place and could guarantee that the project land was in the possession of the JV company.
Yes.
Now, if you had agreed with Bear Stearns to exclude everything related to the DIFC from the financing proposal, then they would not have been concerned about anything to do with the JV company, would they?
Okay. The JV company, when we exclude the securities of DIFC, but still when I'm going to have $800 million, part of this one is around almost 250 to 120 million US dollars going to for DIFC. Then they have to know how you are going to pay back the loan, because if you talk 800 for this project, then you have a short. The total cost of the other project, let us to say 600 million US dollar. What about the other 200s? This 200 is is going to be utilized and used for DIFC, but with the securities of other project.
But the question as to how you're going to pay back the loan, it is determined by what security they obtain. Yes.
The loan basically, yeah.
Yeah, and so if you exclude, as you told me, everything related to the DIFC from the term sheet and the financing proposals, then Bear Stearns would be relying on security and income from other sources to repay these loans, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they rely on the other resources. I told you, they rely on Saudi resources, plus whatever we had in Dubai, exclude DIFC.
So if they're relying on other resources, then they're not relying on the performance of the DIFC project, are they?
No, they are relying because they are responsible toward their investors who are going to borrow us the money. That this money goes to the proper investments, and this money is going to be paid back because this project has been constructed and finalized. Otherwise, if they are not going to control whatever you are going to pay, they will lose the money. Maybe I'm going to waste the money somewhere in highly risky project. For sure, in Bear Stearns, they want to guarantee that the money paid back to their investors.
But I thought you told me that they were relying on the income and security from other sources to repay these loans. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, the scenario of finance is we are going to do a project A, project B, project then in the IFC. This is the scenario how we are going to use the money. Using the money is totally different than the security. Security is to secure in case that you don't pay the money. But one of the resources, how we are going to pay the money, is the IFC incomes.
And so you say there was a specific and express discussion between you and Bear Stearns about the fact that they needed to see that, and that would be in emails, would it?
Which one?
The specific discussion that Bear Stearns needed to see the establishment of a joint venture company incorporated, that was contained in emails, was it, between you and Bear Stearns?
I cannot remember, is it in email or in fax or even in meetings. But as we said, we will transfer 200 million to the GFCO. Okay, this is how we are going to use the money. 200 million US dollars, let us to assume the number. I'm not the exact. 200 million US dollars is going to be transferred to the DIFC company. But where is the DIFC company?
So just coming back to the question, you cannot remember how these requirements were communicated between you and Bear Stearns?
No, I can't remember. The communicating comes through emails, through fax, through meetings, direct meeting with them, either in Dubai or even in London.
Well, you literally just told me.
Yeah, but no.
Read back what you said. No, just hold on. Wait for the question. I'll read back what you said to me. You said, I cannot remember if it is in email, in fax, or even in a meeting. But, and then you tell me that's what you say was said. I then asked you, well, so you cannot remember how these communications took place. And you said, oh, no, I do remember. So which is it, Mr. Al-Majid? Do you remember or do you not remember? I remember the general, everything in general, I remember it. But, you know, it's not easy to remember a specific things on a day after 14 years. Is it happened by email or by meeting? But in general, they said you have to establish this new joint venture because on the structure of the loan itself, we said we are going to put 200 million on the DIFC company. Okay, now we have the first project, we have the second project. On DIFC, where is the 200 million? Where we are going to transfer the money? If you can't remember the communications, Mr. Al-Majid, then you cannot be sure, can you, that these discussions occurred?
I'm talking about in general, yes. It's in general, this is how we discuss it.
All right.
Yeah.
You also mentioned in your statement that you had discussions with CSI Construction and Engineering, yes?
Excuse me, just can we close the curtain because the sun is,
I'll just for a moment.
No, just, yeah. It's already down? Yes. Ah, okay, it's okay. It's already down.
Hopefully it'll just be temporary, Mr. Al-Majid.
Yeah.
It's London, it's bound to be.
All right, so I was going to come on and ask you a little bit about your discussions with CSI Construction and Engineering.
Yeah.
Now, you say in your statement that they were going to fund the construction and provide services, yes?
Yeah, yes.
And then if we look at paragraph 83 of your statement, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Yeah, and sorry, 84 it is. In the middle of the page, you say ultimately. Do you see that? Ultimately.
Okay.
These financing plans never came to fruition because the DIFC failed to incorporate the joint venture company when requested, failed to facilitate the execution of the key project documents, and ultimately renounced the joint venture agreement in 2012. Yes, so that's your evidence.
Yes.
So those are the reasons you say that CSI did not invest. Yes.
Yes.
All right. And when you say failed to facilitate the execution of the key project documents, presumably there you're talking about the shareholders agreement from 2008. Yes.
Yeah, when they failed, where is it? Just read it very careful. When because it failed to facilitate the execution of the key project documents, yes, which is incorporating the company, transfer the title deeds.
Right. So really, when you say they failed to facilitate the execution of the key project documents, and separately failed to incorporate the joint venture company, those two things are really the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now, CSI wanted an ownership interest in the building itself, didn't they?
They want ownership?
Yes, they wanted to own a piece of the building, didn't they?
I can't remember. They want to.
Well, if you turn, please, to page 1664 in bundle F.
F16.
So it's volume 4.
Volume 4.
Page 1664. Let's start actually with 1649.
Just hold on. I'm not taking the part. Okay. Okay. What's
1649?
1649. This one. 1649. Not 1649. Okay.
You see that is a Tanyat, presentation on the status of the project dated 15th of December 2009, yes? Yes?
Okay.
So that's an internal presentation prepared for the shareholders, for you, presumably, by Tanyat, yes?
Presentations of the projects, okay.
Yeah. So if we go forward to 1664. 1664. Yeah.
Okay.
You see there the first, yeah, you turn it on one side, thank you. The first bullet point there. CSI proposed to fund the project and in return be given some units.
1664. I've opened in the different page. No. 16.
Paragraph 6 is page 16 of the presentation itself. That helps.
Yeah. 1664. Okay. This is 1664. Okay. CSI proposed to fund the project and in return be given some units. Funding is still in this. Okay.
Right. So they are proposing to fund the project in return for receiving some interest in the actual units that were to be built. Yes.
Yeah.
And then the funding structure was under discussion with CSI, and had not yet been finalised by this point. This is December 2009. Yes.
Yeah, in 2009. What do you mean by fund, to be given some units? Instead of paying cash for them, is selling them some units. They are going to
That's
be.
I'm reading to you what your own internal presentation at Tanyat says.
Yeah.
It says that they proposed to fund the project and in return be given some units. So I'm suggesting that their proposal involved them taking an ownership interest in the project. Yes.
No, not ownership. No, not ownership. They instead of paying them. You know, this one is happening on the crisis after the global crisis. China government, they have a program is to enhance the construction company to construct outside China by using the Chinese materials. And part of the payment, how we are going to fund this project, they say themselves they will fund 50% of the total amount of the construction cost from their side. And maybe we can repay them back by also giving them some units as an option.
Well, the proposal that we see there, the proposal that we see there is that in exchange for funding, they are going to receive some units. Is that inaccurate?
No, receiving some units. What is be understood for everyone there is instead of paying them, let us to say the square foot in a sales price in a market, you can on the retail price you can sell it by 1,800. They will instead, if you are not able to pay them cash, they will have these units like a buyer.
Well, aren't they effectively proposing that they're going to become a joint venture partner?
No, they'll not be joint venture partner. They will be construction company only.
Wouldn't a funding mechanism like that amount to something which required an amendment of the joint venture agreement, though?
Again?
Wouldn't a funding structure like that require amendment of the joint venture agreement?
It's not a joint venture agreement. It's on a construction. It's a construction agreement, and this is how we are going to pay them.
Can I ask you to turn to page 1542, please?
15 is not it.
Which bundle? Sorry, volume 3, F3.
Which page?
Let's start at 1539.
1539,
please.
39.
Do you see there? Oh, wait till you've got it.
Okay.
And do you see there a minute of meeting 1 September 2009?
Okay.
Yes. And that is a meeting between TANMIAT and CSI, amongst others, yes? You see that?
Yeah, I see.
And if you turn down to page 1542, please.
Okay.
You see DIFC project.
Where is it? Okay, the DIFC project.
TANMIAT mentioned that the design issue is not the concern now. Mm-hmm. Is that because the concern now was funding?
I can't answer this one because it's related to Abdul Sami'. And Abdul Sami', I think he's also one of the witnesses.
I see. Well, I know, but I'm asking you about the project at the time. You're giving evidence about the involvement of CSI and what they were asking. Well, hold on. Just wait for the question. You're giving evidence about the involvement of CSI and what they were asking for. I'm showing you minutes of meetings which show us what the state of the discussions were between CSI and Concept at the time. If you're genuinely saying you don't know anything about the relationship with CSI there, and that your evidence up to date, you don't really know whether it's right or wrong about that, then that's one thing. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you some questions about what the documents show about that relationship.
The only meeting I participate with CSI, the one in London here in Hilton. When they came, I participate only in one meeting, and I think it's in 2009 in summertime. When the CEO of CSI, he came to London because I used to be here with my mother.
So your understanding of the proposals that were advanced by CSI come from a single meeting, do they?
No. The proposal, I remember the meeting was the readiness of CSI to be involved in the DIFC project by construction the project. 50% of the total construction cost is going to be internally financed by CSI themselves, and the remaining is either by the sales proceed or in case if there is no sale, because it's happened in July or in June 2009 in the early day of crisis. And they said, in case you didn't pay us, they will take income in kind of cash, they will take properties.
Well, it looks like if we look at page 1542, at that stage, you are asking CSI to fund the whole of the project.
Okay.
Yes. Do you remember that?
Where is it?
Under the heading DIFC project. Yes. We can go through it. TANMIAT stated that they will form a consortium with CSI within a month. So was it therefore the intention at that stage to form a consortium with CSI, not simply have them on board as a construction partner?
Because CSI, they request to design and build themselves.
Yeah, so was it the intention to form a consortium with CSI?
What is the what?
Consortium, do you see?
Yeah. To have a team, that we mean by consortium, based on my what I know now, consortium, it's mean like a team together between Tanmiyat and CSI to finalize this issue, which is design and build. Because as a design and build, there is no need to hire an architect. There is no need to hire, you need to hire a project manager only.
In effect, they're proposing some sort of partnership here, aren't they, to CSI? It's
not based on, I don't think so. We are planning since that day, because CSI is a Chinese owned by government of China. It's not easy to be a partnership with China, with CSI itself.
Do you see the next sentence? Tanmiyat asked CSI to fully fund the DIFC project.
Yeah.
So at this stage, you're asking them to provide all of the finance for the project, aren't you?
This is negotiation. I mean, we ask them. We will ask for even whatever that we can ask. But whatever, it's based on negotiation, what you negotiate with them. For me, in Tanmiyat, I will ask you to fully fund. Okay, it's asking.
And the suggestion from Tanmiyat, we see from the next paragraph down, CSI suggested converting the 39% DIFC share into floors so that CHL will be free in dealing with the remaining 61%. So in other words,
converting the 39 shares into floors, so CHL will be free in dealing with the remaining 61. I don't. What is the? It's first time to see 3961. It's a new one for me.
The proposal is that they would translate or transfer CHL's interest into a part ownership of the building to be built, so that CHL could deal with that. In other words, so that CHL could give some of it away or sell some of it for its own account. Yes, was that the plan in September?
I can't remember this one.
Or would you at least accept that in order for that to happen, you would need a significant amendment to the agreements that were in place at the time?
Yeah, but on this time especially, whereas the meeting, I don't know what is the date, which is it's September 2009. That means after the crisis has been happened, after the major change happened in DIFC, inside DIFC, for sure there are a lot of things that changed that time. Even the point that your concern towards this project will be changed. This is by natural. But I don't know what is this 39 and 61? It should be 35. I don't know what is 39. Yeah.
As we heard earlier, you also say that the deal with CSI could not go ahead because the defendants renounced the joint venture agreement. When you refer to the defendants renouncing the joint venture agreement, you're talking about the letter that they sent in June 2012, aren't you?
Again?
You told us
that
the deal with CSI could not go ahead because the defendants renounced the joint venture agreement. Yes?
No, I'll tell you what is why it doesn't go. CSI, it used to be.
No. Just sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you've got to listen to my questions.
Yeah.
I'm just setting the ground, and therefore repeating back to you to give context, something that you have already said yourself, both in your witness statement and orally in evidence. So you have to listen to the question. Your evidence, both in your statement and earlier, was that you could not complete a deal with CSI because the defendants renounced the joint venture agreement. That's what you said, yes? Is that still your evidence?
Yes, still yeah.
And when you say renounced the joint venture agreement, you're talking about the letter that they sent in June 2012, aren't you?
Maybe this one. I cannot recall it now.
That's the only time when anyone has suggested, or the first time that anyone suggested, that the defendants renounced the joint venture agreement. So do you accept that it's that letter that we're talking about? I can show it to you if you need me to show it to you. What do you mean by renounced then? When you say that the deal with CSI could not go ahead because the defendants renounced the joint venture agreement, are you talking about the letter that the defendants sent?
I
saying
think
contract's not binding?
I think maybe based on what I mean by renounce, maybe because the joint venture company is not being incorporated. That's mean DIFC doesn't want to continue in this deal. Because in CSI, as a CSI company, when they was in Dubai, when we were about to deal with them, that time they just finished the Dubai Mall project, and they doesn't want to transfer their stuff to China because for the mobilization cost is going to cost them even more. But this is why in 2009, this deal, if it's not happen immediately, then CSI will get out because they cannot leave their stuff inside in Dubai without any project.
Mr. Al-Majid, I'm going to remind you that you are giving evidence under oath and you are required to tell the truth.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Let's go back to your witness statement, paragraph 84.
84, yeah.
Yeah. The 6th line down, you say, ultimately, do you see it? These financing plans never came to fruition because the DIFC failed to incorporate the joint venture company when requested, failed to facilitate the execution of the key project documents, and ultimately renounced the joint venture agreement.
Yeah.
So when you say ultimately renounced the joint venture agreement, you're not talking about the incorporation of the company, are you? You're talking about the renouncement, well, you see, as amended in 2012, ultimately renounced the joint venture agreement in 2012.
Okay.
So is it your evidence or isn't it your evidence that actions taken by the defendant in 2012 prevented you from doing a deal with CSI?
But prevented the deal with CSI in 2009, not in 2012, I think. Yeah.
So do you want to now change your evidence that you give in your witness statement that the deal with CSI could not go ahead because the defendants renounced the JVA in 2012? Do you want to change that evidence?
No, I don't want to change it. Let me explain. Maybe you will get the answer because I cannot answer what exactly you mean. And we did so many plans, so many actions to develop the plots, especially CSI, Chinese construction company. In 2009, we agreed with them to do the construction. When we went to do this one in DIFC that time, without, let us say, the management has left. And we cannot do anything in 2009 with DIFC at that time. There's a new faces came with a new, still, I mean, whatever we agreed before is not being valid at that time.
Can I take you to another presentation that was developed by Tamniat? It's this time at page 1760. You'll find it in volume 4 of Bundle F.
Seven.
1760, Mr. Al-Majid.
Yeah. Okay.
So do you see there, that's another Tanmiat presentation, this time prepared on the 15th of February 2012. And it's been updated. If you go down to page 1775.
1775.
Do you see the same bullet point appears at the top? CSI proposed to fund the project and in return be given some units. The second bullet point says the funding structure did not materialize and CSI were terminated.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason that no deal emerged with CSI was because they never produced a funding structure. That's the position, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think the deal was terminated because There is nothing on the ground for the DFC, for the CSI. There is no company. Well, okay, we talk with them, we'll construct the project, but where is the title? Where is the land? And
all right. So you think then that the deal are you saying that this is inaccurate?
No, I think is misunderstood here. When it's been terminated, it's not been terminated because we failed to fund, or we failed because there is nothing with DFC happened.
Was it because CSI did not produce a funding structure that you could have a discussion about? That's why there was no funding.
I agree. Based on this one, especially on this time, 2012 for sure. I'm not in Dubai that time, but based on whatever in my memory right now, I think CSI is not being continue with us because there is no blood on the ground.
Well, what I'm suggesting to you is that your memory must be wrong, because a document that's produced much closer to the time suggests that the reason that CSI were terminated was because they never produced a funding structure.
I don't know this one. I think this one is being prepared, I think, by Abdul Samir and his team in Dubai that time.
So they're likely to know the truth, aren't they?
What's again?
They're more likely than you to know the truth about it, aren't they?
Yeah, they know the truth much better than me at that time.
Yeah, so the truth is much more likely to be what they say, which is that CSI were terminated and the termination had nothing to do with the DIFC.
I can't answer this one because I wasn't involved that time.
Well, you give evidence about it, don't you?
Yes, evidence. I told you, even in my evidence, I said up to 2009, I was on top of this issue. But after that, it's been related in whatever I've been involved.
Well, no, because your evidence is that the CSI transaction could not go forward because of steps taken or not taken by the DIFC. You give evidence in general terms, including about 2012, as to why the transaction could not be completed.
No, I said it's very clearly on 3rd of July 2009. I mentioned 2009. And even in my statements.
Well, you also mentioned 2012, don't you? Paragraph 84, as we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, in 2000, even it was very clear in my first statements. I was involved up to 2009 on a day-to-day. But after that, I left the seats to Abdul Samir and later to Ghayth Abul Husn and to Abdullah Ramazan. Everyone was participating at that time.
Okay, well, can you go to page 1645, please?
1645. Was it here? It's not here. Well, no, yeah. 1645. Okay, 1645.
Do you see there an email from Adele? And I think it's to your brother.
Yeah.
And Mr. El Fadl is also copied, dated 14th of December 2009. And do you see the second paragraph there? He's talking about the presentation that he's prepared in 2009, which we looked at a little bit earlier. And then the second paragraph, he says, I met Dr. Wan earlier this afternoon, and he is telling me that CSI are waiting for JLL to submit their feasibility study, which should include a cash flow before they can finalize the funding structure.
Okay.
So the only thing that was holding up the finance structure at that point was input from JLL. Wasn't it?
I can't recall this.
Well, then, do you feel still confident in your ability to say that the deal with CSI failed because of actions taken by the DIFC? How can you say that if you can't remember anything about it?
No. I told you from the beginning. When I met with the CEO of CSI in London, we agreed on CSI will be able to finance the project 50% of the total construction cost, and they want, if in case that there is no in case that there is no good sales to cover the remaining, they will get some in-kind property. This is the main. But how you're going to proceed with this one, because their study is based on design and build. They will design themselves and they will build. But how they design this plot without getting approval from, and also how to go with, and even the CSI as a company is one of the top 5 companies in the world in construction. They will never go to design this one without an approval from, where is the company, where is the GIFCO, where is the joint venture, where is the project company?
Well, as we see from this email, they were going to provide you with a financing structure once they got information back from JLL. So they didn't need any of those things that you've mentioned, did they?
Yeah, this one is in 14th of December. That's mean after 5 months from the meeting we had in London.
Yes, but they still don't have a concept design by December 2009, do they?
No, they didn't have concept design. They didn't
So
do.
they don't need a concept design to produce their financing model, do they?
No, they need a market research. JLL is a marketing research company. They need a marketing research. What is the new requirements in Dubai after the global crisis?
Yes, but and they went to JLL and they got the results of that marketing study, didn't they?
Really, I cannot answer this one because I'm not even CC in this email to remember or to recall.
You're not in a position to say that the financing with CSI failed because of anything that the DIFC did. You're not in a position to say that, are you?
What I remember is the main issue for us since first joint venture agreement or the shareholder is to incorporate the company and transfer the title deed. And as I told you in my first statements, I was in the top of every single day in Dubai till 2000, almost end of 2008, early 2009.
You also mentioned
later. I have a general information. I have a knowledge, but I'm on a day-to-day at all.
You also mention contact with the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, ICD, yes?
Yeah.
Now, you never actually approached them to provide finance for this particular project, did you?
No, it used to be that when we went to the ICD, it's the Islamic Corporation Development Bank. When we send to when we go to them, we have like a package. I mean, what we are going to do, the money is going to be utilized in Dubai and also in Saudi.
But you never actually discussed the DIFC project with them, did you?
I think there's a presentation has been submitted to them, but I don't know. I'm sure the DIFC is one of the things that we're proud that we have in our portfolio. But we discussed it, but the funding is going to be for the completion because ICD, when we go to them, it's based on the 2009 presentation prepared by Abdul Sami and Dr. Wan. What is the company they need to finish their projects in Dubai or in Saudi?
So you think there's another presentation that was sent to ICD out there somewhere?
No, I can't remember but I remember in ICD we got an approval for a loan. We utilized the first $20 million. Then we didn't continue to withdraw the remaining.
But that was for projects in Saudi Arabia.
$20 million.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been transferred both in Saudi and in Dubai that time.
Well, in your witness statement, you say it was to finance Tamiat's projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
But we used part of the money to do in Dubai in early 2010.
Well, so paragraph 84, you say they provided you 20 million to finance your projects in Saudi Arabia. But are you saying you then used the money for other purposes?
We used the project because, in Dubai, in 2010, I remember maybe, in 2012, we need to have a bridge finance because we already been financed by Sidra Capital, another capital company, by 84 million dirhams. But we need to just a bridge finance to sign the contract with a new contractor in Dubai for other projects. But utilize some of the money, not the whole money, and the remaining was being used in Saudi.
So again, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So you say, do you, that there are other documents out there which would show contacts between you and ICD that would establish that you had these other sources of funding?
What I remember with ICD is they give us like 100 million, let us suppose 100 million, I mean, open facility line. We use 20 million US dollar. Just in our project in Saudi, we don't need the finance that much, because most of our project is being financed by our income locally. But the main reason with ICD is just to finance Dubai, because in Dubai we are in a crisis and we need also to move up, not only on the IFC, even in the other projects.
Mr. Al-Majid, I'm seeing the transcript and I think the transcriber is having a little bit of trouble keeping up. So if you could just try, I know it's difficult, but if we can all just, and it's my fault as well, I'm sure, we can all try and speak just a little bit slower in your answers. Thank you very much. All right. In terms of where you would get money from to finance this transaction, you say, don't you, that the ultimate shareholders of Hexagon could have financed the transaction themselves, personally?
Yes.
And you are aware, aren't you, that according to Hexagon's expert in these proceedings, the peak funding that would be required for this project, if it had started in 2013, would have been between about 715 million dirhams and about 1.4 billion dirhams.
Yeah.
So that's somewhere between 200 and 400 million US dollars, yes?
Yes.
And I think he says that it would have been slightly higher in 2018. Yes? If the project was to happen in 2018, you would have required even more than the 200 to 400 million dollars that would have been required in 2013.
I'm not worried about the construction cost in Dubai in 2018, really.
I see.
Yeah.
But you're not saying that for example,
excuse me, but based on D1, what D1 they provide, I think in 2011 or 2000, I'm not sure which one, they like a financial plan. The prices was to develop the whole project is about 1.5 billion. I think it's enough, I think, to develop such a project.
Well, according to Mr. Williamson, he said if you recycle as much of the project income as you possibly can, you are going to need somewhere between $200 and $400 million.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not asking you whether you agree or disagree with that, because that's not a matter for you. What I was going to say is that it's not true to say that you had 200, 400 million US dollars sitting around in cash in 2012, did you?
Yeah, I have.
You had 200 million in cash, did you? Just sitting in a bank account?
Yeah, me and my brother, yes.
400 million, you had 400 million in cash.
I have 1.156 billion Saudi riyal. I received one check from the Saudi government. They bought a project. They took over one of the projects in Saudi.
That's just held on deposit in a bank, is it?
Oh, that time in 2012, yeah, still it's held in the bank.
So there would be some documents to show that. There'd be bank statements, for example, wouldn't there?
There's, I think, or the check is there by itself.
You produced a check, but what I'm asking about, you're telling us now that you had access to cash of $400 million. Now, if I said that, everyone would laugh. So what I'm asking about is whether or not you would have documents which show that in 2012 you had $400 million or 1.1 billion real in cash sitting on deposits.
For how long?
At that time in 2012.
Yeah, but for how long? You know, the businessmen, they never put the money in the bank. They have to invest it anywhere.
Well, you just told me you had 1.1 billion real in cash sitting on deposit.
In 2000, I have to, in 2012, I have 1.156 million from one project only.
Yeah, so you could have gone to the bank and got the records of that, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's easy to go to get it.
You have the records yourself, presumably, of what you had in your bank. You keep records. You have a private office.
Yeah.
But you haven't produced any of those documents, have you?
I never been asked to produce this one. But I produced.
You weren't asked.
Yeah, I produced the check. I mean, I give you the checks. I show you the deal has been signed by the government. It's
So you
just on
produced a single check. So we've got that check. It's in bundle 1. It's F volume 1, page 10.
which one? Which page?
Page 10.
Is it this one? Oh, yeah. Okay.
So this is a check. It's in Arabic, so none of us can read it. But apparently, it's a check for $300 million.
Yeah, for 1.156 billion Saudi riyal.
Oh, is this the 1.16 billion Saudi Real that you say you had in 2012?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. So before you received this check, you did not have 1.1 billion Saudi Real sitting on deposit.
No, I haven't. So I have my own income in Saudi, but I'm talking about just one example. I have a shopping mall in Saudi Arabia. I have a hotels.
Right. So you have ownership interests in other properties, you say?
Yeah, I have my own portfolio. The capital of Tanmiyat is 1.56 million, 1.5 billion Saudi riyal. This is the capital of Tanmiyat.
Nice. And so there would be documents from 2012 which should show that, wouldn't there?
I presume yes, there's documents.
But again, you haven't produced those documents.
Yeah, because this one, the check is being written for a company called Al Manafa. Okay, it's owned by Tanmiyat again. Yeah, but this company is on one project. This project is in the Holy City. The total development cost of the project by itself, is going to be 1.156 billion. The company, the Saudi government, they make an acquisition and take over the whole plots just for the expansion of the Holy Mosque. And this company it is no more valid anymore. It's been liquidated in 2013 because it's been SPV to develop a project in the Holy Mosque.
All right. So this is a check which isn't. Sorry.
Yeah, for the bank, it's easy to get the bank details. I don't think so. It's difficult or not available. I'm not.
So the check is not to you, it's to another company.
Yeah.
What's the name of the company, please? Because the transcriber couldn't hear it. Again, I'm going to ask you to speak slower.
ALMANFEA.
Al-Manaf.
Al-Manaf, yeah.
And that you say you have an ownership interest in Al-Manaf.
Again?
You say you have an ownership interest in Al-Manaf, do you?
Yeah, the same owner, the same partners in Tanmiyat. They are the same partner in Al-Manaf.
So there somewhere would be a register of shareholdings which would show who owns that company, yes?
Yeah.
And you would have copies of those, presumably?
Yeah, for sure we have copies.
And again, you haven't produced any of that, have you?
No, I don't think so. It's been produced.
And then this check, you say, do you, that this check was cashed?
Cashed, yes. What do you mean by check? Transfer from the government account to my account.
So the money was transferred, you say?
Yeah, from this one.
Sorry.
The bold, the big number in Arabic. This is the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia.
But sometimes checks aren't cash. Sometimes they're provided as security, aren't they?
No, it's cash. I can't show you. It's in the statements in the bank. We have a cash.
And you've got those statements too, have you?
The cash immediately. Next day, it's been deposited in my account.
And presumably, have you used that cash?
Yeah, for sure, we use that cash.
And did you use it immediately, or did you use it?
No. I use it on maybe later after, because this one I remember it's in February 2012 maybe. Yeah, or I think in February almost, or in January 2012. The date is not clear for me here.
Presumably, sorry.
Yeah, and we invest this one. One of the investments we made by using this money is to incorporate one of the listed companies in the Saudi stock market.
And presumably there was a mortgage over this land?
What again?
presumably there was a mortgage over this land.
What do you mean by mortgage?
There was lending secured against the land.
Now, in that time, it's been sold to the Saudi government.
Yes, but the money that was received, presumably, you needed to pay back some sort of loan in relation to the land?
No. We bought this land, actually, to understand it. It's a land, empty land. We bought it in 2007, I think, 2005. We held it just to have our own project. And the prices is being increased dramatically in 2012 in the Holy City, because there's a big expansion in the Holy Mosque.
See, the problem is that there was an order in this case requiring Hexagon to produce all documents in the period 2012 to 2016 related to the claimant's ability and willingness to fund the project.
Yeah.
And you have not produced any documents, save for this one check, that would suggest you had access to that kind of cash. So we're just going to have to take your word for it, are we, that you did in fact have access to that kind of cash?
Yeah, I have access to this cash. It was a cash. Okay, there is no need to print by cash meaning. It's mean the money transfer from the central bank to my account. We call it cash. It's not security. It's not. It's not an escrow account. It's my own account. Completely, it's my own account.
So if you had, well, it's not your own account. It's the company's
account.
Okay.
Yeah, the company account.
Yeah, so it's not your personal account.
No, it's a Tanmiyat account, you call it, because Al Manafi is subsidiaries of Tanmiyat.
Well, we'll leave the rest of that to submissions, I suspect. But what I'm going to suggest is that the reason why the 2008 Shareholders Agreement included permission for Concept to mortgage the land was because you needed to mortgage the land to raise the finance that you needed for the project.
Would you repeat your questions?
The reason why the 2008 Shareholders Agreement included permission for Concept to mortgage the land was because you needed that permission. You needed a mortgage to raise the finance, didn't you?
No, it was in exchange of dilute our shares from 80% to 65%, and it's in exchange of increasing the IFC from 20 to 35. This is why we talk about the mortgage. But from when we signed the agreement on the joint or the acquisition of Hexagon shares, we know from day one there is no mortgage of the land.
But from your perspective,
yeah.
I'm not asking what you got in exchange for it.
Yeah.
From your perspective, the reason you needed a mortgage, the ability to mortgage, was because you needed to use that ability. You needed to mortgage the land in order to raise finance, didn't you?
Yeah, to mortgage the land to raise finance, yes.
Because you needed to raise finance, because you didn't have other sources of finance to use to develop the project.
No, I have my own resources.
And if you look at your third witness statement,
First witness statement. Where is this?
So it's your third. It's D43.
Just D43. Okay.
You say this third line down, you say, well, let's start the second line down. We requested that the draft
Which number?
D43, second line down.
Okay.
We requested that the draft SHA include an option to use.
I can't find it. I can't find it. Where is it?
Are you on page D43?
Yeah.
From the top, second line down.
Okay, I got it, yeah. We requested
that the draft SHA include an option to use the project land as security for financing. This is not because we could not provide the funds ourselves or obtain financing without it, but because we were pushing the DIFC to commit to the project and thought that by mortgaging DIFC land, the DIFC would take its obligations more seriously.
Yeah.
Now, on either approach, whether you could mortgage the land or not, the DIFC was going to have to transfer the land to the joint venture company, yes?
Yeah, they have to transfer it.
So once they transfer it, you would know that they were taking their transaction seriously,
Yes.
wouldn't you?
Yes.
So allowing you to mortgage it doesn't make any difference to the question of whether or not they're taking the transaction seriously, does it?
Again?
Whether or not they allow you to mortgage the land makes absolutely no difference to whether or not the DIFC is taking the transaction seriously.
No, if they allow us to mortgage it, that means they put the land in the company and they became seriously.
Well, they have to put the land in the company,
yeah,
one way or another, don't they? Whether it's allowed to be mortgaged or not.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. Yeah.
So this explanation,
yeah.
So this explanation that you've given
this is for shareholder
make
agreement.
Any sense at all, does it?
No, this is for shareholder agreement. You are talking about shareholder agreements. You are not talking about joint venture agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and I only do this as a casual bystander, but I'm reading a lot of imploring requests from the transcriber as to over-speaking and please speak at one time.
I understand that. I think we've all done this quite a lot before. We're trying not to overspeak. Unfortunately, it does happen sometimes. We will all do our best, but thank you for the intervention. I think we might just have to start that over again, unfortunately. So, whether or not the terms of the agreement, the JVA or the shareholders agreement, permitted the company to mortgage the land, did not affect the question of whether they needed to transfer the land into the company, did it?
Let me read it. To mortgage the land did not affect. Yes, it's effect. I mean, it's effect. I mean, if they have to transfer the land, it will affect us.
But they have to transfer the land under the JVA and the 2008 shareholders agreement. Both agreements provided for a transfer of land.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, they have to transfer the land.
So both agreements, to that extent, indicated that the DIFC were committed seriously to the project.
Yeah, if they transfer the land, they will show they're committed.
Yes, and the question of whether they show they're committed or not doesn't depend on whether they agree to allow the land to be mortgaged.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
So the explanation you gave in your statement for the reason why you asked for that permission doesn't make any sense, does it?
It's extra for me. It's extra. I mean, if since you work with them in 2005, 6, 7, 8, they didn't give us the land. Okay. And as I told you from the beginning, the loan or the finance, the liquid finance is not an issue for the Hexagon partners. But later on, when the shareholder agreements came on out of the to us, they supposed to transfer the land, but as I told you from the beginning, mortgaging the loan itself is not issue for the partners. Since that day up to date, it's not a big issue for them. But also, mortgaging the land will give a commitment from DIFC that they are serious to finish this project. Because when the bank are involved, nobody will come. I mean, will change his opinion.
One of the consequences of the global financial crisis was that Tamniat found itself in a huge amount of debt and had a real issue with liquidity, didn't it?
Yeah, we didn't have debt at that time. We are zero leverage.
You had zero debt, you said.
On the global, on July 2009, we didn't have any loans.
So you had no loans outstanding for the whole of the group?
Yeah, for the whole group.
All right, can we turn please to page 1549?
15. Let me test with you.
Sorry, I should have told you the volume. I think we're in volume 3. It's probably too late.
Okay.
Do you see there a document entitled Tanyat International Business Plan and Strategies?
Yes.
And it's dated September 2009, yes?
Okay.
All right, and if we go forward to page 1552, please.
1552. Okay.
Do you see there under the heading Key Parameters, Assumptions and Findings?
Okay.
See that?
Yes.
And then you've got a series of assumptions and a series of findings and 3 columns. Could you, sorry, 3 rows, I should have said. If you look at the second, well, let's look at the first row, customer analysis. Do you see that? And do you see key findings? Yeah, the first bullet point, high level of default rates are very likely. You can see as high as 70% or more.
Yeah.
So you were really suffering at this point from people defaulting on their pre-purchases of property, weren't you? Yes.
You mean the default is the people who was committed to buy the units from us in Dubai?
Yeah, so you pre-sold or off-plan sold, presumably,
yes.
units to customers.
Yeah.
And you were finding that around 70% of them looked like they were defaulting.
Yeah, this is expectation, yes.
Yeah, and the result was that cash flow was tight, wasn't it?
It is for sure.
Yeah, so we see that financial analysis. Do you see in the second box row down, the second bullet point down in the second row on the right, cash flow management is tight but manageable, yes?
But manageable, yes.
Yes, all right. And then do you see key focus, the third column along? Third row, I keep saying column, I keep meaning row. Do you see that? What are the key focuses? 1, to reduce, eliminate total project liabilities of 1.5 billion dirham. Now, a minute ago, you said that you had 0 debt across the group.
Yes.
Is it not in fact correct to say that you had 1.5 billion dirham of debt across the group at this point?
To reduce debt, do you mean by loan from banks?
You tell me. It looks like.
No, I told you I have a 0 loan from bank. 0 loan of the first loan ever in Tanmiyat, it was the ICD loan, $20 million. But before that, we have 0 loan.
But the focus at this point was to reduce liabilities. So you had liabilities.
We mean, I'll tell you, to eliminate total project billions. Liabilities, we have 4 plots in Business Bay. We developed 2. We stopped the other 2 that time. Instead of paying another 600 million in these 2 plots, we liquidate both of them. We sell them as a plot in Business Bay.
Yes, but you had outstanding liabilities. You had debts that you owed to people, yes?
No, not out of the people's liabilities. He say, I'm sure what he mean here. He mean is on a construction, we have to minimize, we have to slow down. Some of the project, we have to stop them. Like we have 3 or 4 plots in waterfront. No need to construct this one. We have to stop. We have 3, 4 plots in Business Bay. We will construct two projects and we'll stop the other 2. We'll sell it as a plot.
So you think sorry.
This is what liability he meant.
So you think liabilities means, for example, sums that may come to be due under construction contracts?
I think so, yes.
So if you look at key focus, key findings, the bottom right-hand box on this page, where it says all liabilities will be eliminated except for legal cases, which we hope to eliminate as well. Are you suggesting that you were going to terminate all construction work across the whole group at that point?
No, we came up with a plan to consolidate some of the investors, I mean, who bought 5 or 6 or 7 floors. We'll consolidate them in 2 floors. We try to accommodate most of the buyers from different projects into one project, to construct one project, and later this one is going to be based on what is the market flow later. But what we did, our first plan is to consolidate and to come in a reconciliation with the investors and the clients. Some of them who has 2 units, we make them the 1 unit, and the other one we replaced by other projects. We brought the people from different projects to this project.
But if liabilities means all costs of projects going forward, and then this bullet point here would mean you were going to stop all of those things because you have to eliminate all of them.
No, we didn't stop the projects.
Of course you didn't, because liabilities here doesn't mean project costs. It means debts, doesn't it?
Just let me try who's prepared this one. I'll tell you this one is prepared by, because you know, in Arabic, when we say the liability, it's maybe different. What I understand now from the liability, maybe you understand different. But in Arabic, what I understand by liability is like responsibility. We have to pay for the construction. We have to do the infrastructure. We have to do so many things. What we did just only a small exercise, like whatever everyone in Dubai did this. We gathered the people from different projects into one project, and we construct that project. The other, either we sell it as a plot or we keep it. We keep it for holding. I mean, till the market, I mean, goes back.
And if you look at the left-hand column, base assumptions, and you look under the heading key focus.
Which one?
The left-hand column, base assumptions, the bottom row, key focus. So we're looking at the bottom left box. If you look at paragraph 3 there, do you see there the key focus? Was it a key focus for Tamniat to reduce or eliminate cash injection by the group?
To reduce, eliminate cash injection by the group.
So in late 2009, your strategy was to eliminate cash injection into projects, wasn't it?
Yeah, in Dubai, yes.
And that was critical.
Yeah.
And one of your priorities when you came to look at by 2010, by early 2010.
Okay.
Is that right?
Which one?
Was it critical for you by the end of 2009, early 2010, to eliminate cash injections into all of your projects, including the DIFC project?
The DIFC is totally different. It's not even in this list. We're talking that time about the current project available for us in UAE, either in Ajman or Sharjah or Dubai. But DIFC is totally different, because DIFC, we are not alone there. With DIFC, we have Romazan, we have Faiz Babadopoulos. Then if we are liable to contribute 100, that's me will pay just only 37.5, which is our share. We are not going to do a fully development in DIFC. But some of the projects in Dubai, like I'll give you an example, both two towers in Business Bay, we construct them immediately because the buyer is committed to continue. But some in Living Legends, yes, you're right, absolutely. There are a lot of customers that run away and till now they didn't come back. Then we have to terminate them. To terminate them, it's not a decision by you. Send them a letter, please pay. If they didn't pay next day, you'll terminate them. It took us up to 1 year to terminate one client, sometimes 2 years. It depends, because we have to notify them on the newspaper on their country. But it takes us a very long time to clean the buyers database in our project.
It was your strategy, wasn't it? At least, yeah. So you accept that for DIA projects, not for DIFC, it was your strategy, yeah, to move away from making any cash investments, any cash injections into those projects, yes?
Yeah, in these projects, yes. Yeah, even the logo of the first page, we show just project of Living Legends.
And that was because of your cash flow position and all of the difficulties associated with the crash.
Yeah, in Dubai, yes. But
and the cash flow position that you had was the same, both for your Dubai projects as it was for your DIFC projects, wasn't it?
DIFC is going to be funded if you move forward. It's going to be funded from Saudi.
But your plan was not to inject cash into any of your projects, including
our plan to not to inject. For sure, we have to inject, and we injected. We injected so much money in this project, either in crisis or after crisis. This is the management plan, but this is not action being taken. This is a proposed strategy. We didn't take this strategy at all. Even the one who was preparing this one, the CEO, he's been fired after 3 months.
I see. So this was a plan that was presented and you didn't like this.
Yeah, a plan, but I do think because we committed. What I know, everyone knows that we finished the projects during that time. Okay, one of the projects we exit, like from Ajman, we exit from Ajman completely. We terminate the agreement with the government of Ajman that time.
So your suggestion is that this, I'll come back to that other thing that you said, but this plan that's being presented here doesn't have anything to do with the DIFC projects.
No, this one is. I think it's not related to the DIFC. Yeah, maybe we plan something, but on the DIFC, we are in negotiation. We in negotiation with CSI? Okay, as a business, everyone is being affected and harmed by the global crisis, but still, I mean, in Saudi was completely away from this crisis.
But if you look at the previous page, 1551, do you see there stages of implementation revised? You've got various stages: completed, current, and then forwards.
Yeah.
Under the current, second stage of preparation, 3 months, October to December 2009. Do you see down there, item 5, finalised business plan for DIFC and medium-term plan for TI? So it's right, isn't it, that this presentation was intended to cover your DIFC investments?
Yes, still says, I mean, finalizing business plan, that means still we are committing with DIFC. DIFC is different than, I mean, because it's a very risky to say I will not complete in DIFC. You already invest 450 million.
But just sticking with the question about whether or not this presentation deals with DIFC, can you go down to the final page of it, please, at 1565?
One 565,
please. Do you see there DIFC Tower?
Okay.
The fundamentals. So the presentation does deal with the DIFC, doesn't it?
DIFC Tower, yeah. What?
So the presentation does deal with the DIFC, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can see the DIFC. Yes, it's there.
Yeah. And you'll see that what it says is that one of the aims is to firstly establish the core strategy for DIFC Tower to ensure viability. And secondly, to structure the shareholding and participation in DIFC. And thirdly, to put up a financial plan and fundraising approach for the project. So your plan at that point was to revisit entirely the structure of the DIFC project, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'm not hiding anything. I mean, if I say after the global crisis, yeah, we think so many times about the DIFC project, how we going to continue, how to invest, but we never said we'll cease off, we will get out of the project, we'll stop the project. But after the global crisis, I'm not hiding. Everyone is being affected. Everyone is being harmed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the plan was to try and find a way, you say, of doing some sort of project in the DIFC, but inevitably it would have to be a different project.
What do you mean by different project?
Well, we've just been talking about it. You were going to revisit the shareholding and participation. You were going to present a new financial plan and fundraising approach. You were going to change the core strategy for the DIFC tower. Yeah. Pretty much everything about the transaction had to change after the global financial crisis, didn't it?
Yeah, the core strategy maybe inside 10 million, but for sure we cannot push the IFC to accept whatever we are talking. This is, guys, let's go to the IFC. Let us to have another plan. Let us to have another structure, because what was happened on 2009 is nobody could dream what, even you cannot imagine what was happening at that time. And also in the IFC, there is a major change has been on March 2007. The CEO has been arrested in his home. There are so many things has been changed in the IFC, but we come back to the first. I mean, we came back to the square one. That means the IFC is. We received a letter from Shihab, which I told you before, to terminate whatever we was planning about the built-up area or mixed-up use. But I'm not hiding anything that we think about financing the IFC. It's a regular issue.
And in terms of financing, again, you can see at 1565, you are looking at ways to finance.
Which paragraph or which line?
I'm looking at 16565, paragraph 3. 1565. We're just on the same. We haven't changed pages.
Ah, okay, the same page. Yeah.
Paragraph 3. You see strategic action project finance. We have to combine between constructor finance with capital market solutions such as Cooke. We need to finance it on a structured finance basis. As such, we need clear offtake agreements for at least 60% of the building. What you're saying there is that you need these methods of financing in order to go forward with this project. That's right, isn't it? You needed to get finance to move forward with a project in the DIFC.
Yeah, this is the strategy based on the strategy prepared by the CEO at that time.
But you needed it. Those are the words that are used. We need to finance it.
The CEO of the Dubai is completely different than the CEO of Saudi. In Dubai, yes, he struggled in Dubai in 2009. He struggled so much. He needed finance. We lent from the Saudi, we lent Dubai more than $120 million for the next 2 or 3 years.
Bear with me, I'm sorry. Are we about an hour and a quarter in? That's where we need a break, yes. My lord, we're about an hour and a quarter in. It might be time for a break for the transcriber. This might be a natural break as well. I'm hopeful I haven't got more than 20 minutes to go, but obviously it always depends. So we will certainly finish today. I'm sorry, my lord, you're on mute.
Yes, all right. Well, let's take 10 minutes now. Thank you. 10-minute break. Thank you.
To the great relief of many, my lord, I think those are all my questions for this witness. So thank you, Mr. Al-Majid.
Thank you very much.
Any re-examination?
Just one question. Mr. Al-Majid, I've got one question for you arising from an answer that you gave just for the transcript. It was at page 179 of the transcript today. You don't need to look for anything, Mr. Al-Majid. Just listen to my question. You made the statement that a CEO in Dubai is totally different from a CEO in Saudi. This is as at 2009.
2009, yeah.
You made that. And my simple question for you is, why is it totally different being a CEO in Dubai compared to Saudi at that point?
Tanmiyat Dubai is different entity, different company, and Tanmiyat Saudi is different. But all of them are under the umbrella of Tanmiyat Holding.
Okay, and why? What's the difference between a CEO operating in Dubai in 2009 as compared to a CEO operating in Saudi Arabia in 2009, post the financial crisis?
Okay, when I left myself, I used to be the CEO for 10 years at the Saudi or Dubai. When I left in 2009, when I went with my mother, we appoint a CEO in Dubai and also a CEO in Riyadh, in Saudi, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Majid. Those are all the questions for you.
Thank you, Lord.
So you're free to go. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, I suppose the question now is what we do with the. I think we've got 39 minutes left of the day. We could start on the next witness, but that witness will inevitably end up having to be in Purdah overnight, or we can start with the witness tomorrow morning. On obviously a day behind the timetable that we had arranged, but we've got plenty of time in the timetable. My estimate for the two witnesses is broadly the same, which is, I would say, at the moment, approximately up to 2 hours each. So I would have thought we were pretty comfortable getting through them tomorrow, and we're unlikely to make a start on Mr. Hosson tomorrow anyway. But I'm in your hands. We can take half an hour and get started, or we can just go forward tomorrow morning.
My lord, if it I don't know if this is helpful, and I'll shut up if it's not. But from my perspective, given we were checking the timetable at lunchtime today, if we were to start the DIFC's witnesses on Monday, we're very confident we'll get them done probably by Wednesday or Thursday, regardless of the slip in the timetable. And I will certainly be saying to you that I would rather not start the DIFC witnesses late on Friday, so that their first one's in Purdah over the weekend. So I just throw that out there in terms of the other side of the coin.
Well, I have complete lack of confidence in councils on both sides of the fence. I would rather make progress now. I take the point about Friday, Monday. That's a slightly different state from where we are now. But if we can make a start with this witness, I think it would be sensible.
Sure. Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Williams will be presenting the next witness, so I'm not sulking or anything. I'm just going off screen to allow him to come on.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Williams, can we have our next witness brought into the courtroom, so to speak?
Yes, my lord. He's in our offices in Riyadh and is joining momentarily.
Imminently. That's the American usage of momentarily.
Been working for an American firm too long then.
Well, there we are.
told they're just dialing in now.
Is there a problem so far as you're aware, Mr. Williams?
Not that I'm aware, I'm just receiving an update now.
Yeah. Yes. So I go to the camera, no need, so we go automatic, right? It's
Good
already
afternoon.
on.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Adele.
Good afternoon to you.
May I just check that on the screen you can see, in addition to myself, two other pictures. One, Sir Jeremy Cooke, and the other, Tom Montague Smith QC.
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. Can you please confirm your name and business address?
Yes, my name is Adel Jamal, and my address is in a Nadrula building here in King Fahd Road.
Okay.
Thank you. And can I just confirm what's in the room in terms of IT equipment and papers
And personnel.
and personnel. First of all, the papers that I see in front of you, are those the trial bundle?
Yes, I think they were prepared by Mr. Osama.
Okay,
So
and
they are the trial.
okay, and they're unmarked, and you don't have your own notes.
No, I don't have my own notes, and they are unmarked. In fact, they are different to the set I have. So.
And in addition to the screen you're looking at, there's a laptop in front of you, which I believe there's one laptop, yes, and that will display documents in electronic form for the trial bundle, but it's not your personal laptop. It's a King and Spalding laptop, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you don't have your personal phone or any other electronic devices on you, correct?
This is my personal phone, and these are my briefcase. If you want to, I can check them out.
Yeah, it would be best just to turn your phone off and move them away would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Here we go.
And in terms of personnel, present in the room is Osama Zaid, who's an associate at King and Spalding. He's there to assist you with locating documents in the bundle. And I believe there's another King and Spalding member of staff who's in charge of IT with you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you understand, Dr. Adele, that you will not ask Mr. Zaid for any assistance when it comes to answering questions. Can you just reply yes or no? Because I don't think that picked up on the microphone for the stenographer.
I lost. Okay. I lost you, Ben.
You understand you're not to ask Mr. Zaid for any assistance in answering questions today?
No, but can I ask him to locate certain documents, or I cannot?
Yes, you can. He's there to assist with you with locating documents.
All right.
Perhaps now would be a good time to administer the oath.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's already said.
Okay.
This is, we've brought also a copy of the Holy Quran, if it's needed to.
Thank you. Will the court be administering the oath?
Yeah, it's same position now.
Aita, are you there?
Yes, I can see that they were disconnected from the hearing.
Yes, they just disappeared again.
Yes.
Apologies to the court. We're just trying to see what's going on in Riyadh, but just for your information, my lord, Dr. Adele's supposed to travel to Dubai, but tested positive for COVID, so was not able to travel at the last minute. So the arrangements in Riyadh have been put together fairly swiftly, and not that that's any excuse, but just so you understand the situation at our end.
Okay. Yeah, automatically. Yeah. Now.
Okay. Can you hear us, Dr. Adel?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Can I ask everyone to leave the room except Mr. Zaid? So
Okay.
and whilst the oath's administered, if the camera could be put in onto Dr. Adel so that we don't see you, Mr. Zaid, that would be helpful as well.
I don't see myself at the moment. Can I see myself?
It is automatically moving as soon as Dr. Adel speaks. It will automatically.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Adel. Could you please state your full name?
Adel Karim Juman.
Can you please confirm if you have the Quran in front of you?
Yes, this is the Quran.
Thank you. So I would like you please to repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
to say the truth
to say the truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Dr. Adel, Mr. Tom Montague-Smith represents the defendants, and he has some questions for you.
Don't you want him to confirm his witness statements?
Yes, of course.
I think you best do that.
We had. Thank you very much, my lord. In front of you, can you find binder D, which contains your witness statement?
Yep, there it is.
Can you turn to tab 5, please?
Yes.
First page of tab 5 is page 97 of the bundle. What's that document?
That's the first witness statement of Adel Karim Juman.
Thank you. You can turn to the last page, it's page 128.
Yes.
Is that your signature?
That is my signature.
And can you confirm that the contents of the witness statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I confirm.
Thank you.
Yes.
You, Mr. Montague-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Good evening. It's Dr. Adel. Is that the best way to address you?
You can address me Adel or Dr. Adel. I don't mind.
I'll use Dr. Adel. So as has been said, my name is Tom Montague-Smith. I'll be asking you some questions. And what I would just ask you to do is firstly, obviously, listen to the question. And when you give your answer, if you could just try and do so relatively slowly, so that we have a transcriber who will be taking a note of everything that we do. It's also important not to use visual prompts such as nodding heads and things like that. If you could try and give a verbal answer whenever a question is asked, that will help as well. And the other problem that we've been having today has been people speaking over each other, which is a problem in court, but is even more of a problem on a video because it cuts out the other person's feed. So we're just going to try our best not to upset the transcriber any more than we already have done. That will be helpful. All right, Dr. Adel. Obviously, we are discussing in this trial the project in the DIFC and the plot PA01. And you came into that project in about June 2008, isn't that right?
That's right.
All right. And so if you could pick up your witness statement, please. And it's good if you could have it open in front of you and just turn to paragraph 11.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, so you describe some of the history of the project. In paragraph 11, you deal with things that happened in 2006. In paragraph 12, you deal with things that happened in 2007. And in paragraph 13, you deal with a joint proposal from Diwan and P&W, which was submitted, but which you also say you weren't involved in. So is it fair to say that in all of this part of your witness statement, you're relying on documents and what you've been told by other people?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Now, in paragraph 15 of your statement, you refer to the appointment of Diwan and P&W, Perkins and Will, in July 2008, yes?
Yes.
And that was a letter of intent that was signed and you refer to a letter of intent signed on the 13th of July 2008. You remember that?
Signed on 16th.
16th was it? It's dated, is it? 13th of July. Very good.
Yeah.
And you say Hexagon decided to officially appoint Diwan and Perkins and Will. In fact, they were appointed by Concept Holdings Limited, weren't they?
Yeah. When when I first was appointed, actually, I knew Tenmiyat. Later on, I came to know Hexagon and CHL. So when I was appointed by Tenmiyat.
So you were appointed by Tenmiyat, yes. And so that was, as we discussed, in June 2008. And you knew Tamniat at that time.
That's
so
right, yes.
you said later you came to know Hexagon and CHL. What do you mean by later?
I mean, when I got into my job, my focus was actually on the project itself and how to move the project and how to deal with the consultants. So, I wasn't much concerned with the, legal parts, and my job was, technical, more than it is legal and contractual.
I see. But when you say later, I came to know Hexagon and CHL, do you mean after everything had finished, or do you mean later in your involvement in the project?
No, when I got involved in the projects, while I was dealing with the consultants and trying to move the project forward, then I came to know, started reading obviously emails before me and documents and talking to people. I then, came to know CHL and Hexagon.
Yes, I'm just trying to get an idea of the time frame when you came to understand that. I mean, I know it's a long time ago. Nobody will blame you for not being able to remember things so many years later. And if you can't, you must say that you can't.
I can't remember. To be honest with you, I can't remember when exactly I became aware of the CHL and Hexagon. All I knew at the beginning was Tenmiyat and Sheikh Suleiman, who's a guy I agreed with to join TPM.
I see. So for example, were you involved in drafting or agreeing the letter of intent?
Oh yeah, I actually drafted that letter.
You drafted the letter, did you?
Yes.
Yes. So if we go, do you have bundle F? And I think it's going to be volume 2.
Volume 2.
And if we go to page 992.
Okay. Is this one? Yeah. Just F, yeah, 2. Yes. Which page?
992, please.
992. There is no page 992.
So have you got volume 2 of bundle F?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the page numbers are both at the top and the bottom on the right.
992. Yes. Yeah, that's,
So that's
the LOI. Yeah.
And you drafted
LOI.
this?
Yes.
All right. And do you see in the second paragraph down, you've written, on behalf of Concept Holding Limited, TPM Construction Consultancy is pleased to confirm the appointment and so forth. So this is dated 16th July 2008.
That's right.
So it's fair to say that by this point, at least, you are aware of the difference between Concept Holdings, CHL, and Hexagon, yes?
I knew at this stage, I can confirm I know Concept Holding, but I can't remember whether at that stage I knew Hexagon.
I see, I understand. But you knew that Tamniat was acting on behalf of Concept Holding, not on behalf of any other company like Hexagon.
To be honest with you, I cannot remember at that stage.
Well, at least this is a very early stage in your involvement. And
this is a very early stage, and I joined, if I remember correctly, 26th of June. And then I went on for 2 weeks, I think holiday at that time. That was the agreement. So I've been on at that time, I've been on the project for nearly a week or 10 days. So at that time, I don't think I know Hexagon.
Yes, but you knew that you were acting for Concept.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm actually the CEO of TBM. So, and we are the project managers for the developer. In this case, you know, as I said, I knew Tamniat, and then Concept is, you know, and then Tamniat, maybe, I don't know, it's a separate company. Concept is a separate company.
Yes, but
formed for this project, because they have several sister companies, I believe, Tamniat has. So Concept was to deal with the DIFC project.
Yes. So
that was my understanding.
And that was the position throughout your involvement, was it? Yes. But it was always Concept Holdings that you were acting for, in effect, through Tamniat.
Yeah. That's right.
All right.
Yep.
Bear with me for a moment. All right. Can I ask you to look at paragraph 18 of your witness statement, please?
Paragraph 18 of my witness statement. Yes.
And do you see there, you say, after exchanging comments on the draft LOI, we've just looked at the LOI, Diwan and P&W submitted the final proposal for the project on the 15th of July 2008. On the 16th of July 2008, TPM, on behalf of CHL, and then you say, the Jebel Ali Free Zone Company incorporated on the 20th of March 2007 to hold Hexagon's interest in the project at the time, and P&W and Diwan signed the LOI. Now, the bit I want to ask you about is the bit in brackets. Now, you are talking about the reason why CHL was incorporated in this, and the date you are giving is the 20th of March 2007. So you were not involved at the time that CHL was incorporated, were you?
No, I wasn't involved.
And you don't know what the arrangements were or the reasons why CHL was incorporated, do you?
Correct, I don't.
Yeah, so when you say here that it was incorporated to hold Hexagon's interest in the project, is that something that somebody else has suggested to you?
This is, I think, you know, this is my understanding, okay? And this is what I understood, you know, at a later stage, obviously, from Tamniat and its consultants or lawyers.
From the lawyers. So you've had that from the lawyers, have you?
Yes, I understood this from the lawyer.
Right. So the suggestion that CHL was incorporated to hold Hexagon's interest in the project is something that was suggested to you by the lawyers, is it?
Yeah.
And Mr. Al-Majid, who we spoke to earlier today, has confirmed that there were no written agreements, for example, between Hexagon and CHL. You're not aware of any agreements between Hexagon on the one hand and CHL on the other, are you?
I can't recall. I can't remember, to be honest with you. As I said, my focus is purely technical, rather than legal and
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand that, Dr. Adel, but you give evidence on the issue of the reason for the incorporation of CHL, and
because this.
Yes, because.
Because this is my understanding. This is my understanding of the reason.
Yes, and I'm asking you about the source of that understanding, because details like that, I'm afraid, for the lawyers, can be relatively important, and that's why I'm asking you questions about the source of your understanding of that, just to explain it. All right, let's move on to a different topic. Now, can I ask you to look at paragraph 23, please? And you refer there to the joint venture agreement dated 14th December 2003 as amended on the 5 May 2004. And you say that that specified a built-up area of 1,750,000 square feet.
That's right.
And that's your recollection of it, is it?
Yes.
In fact, that agreement specified a built-up area of 1,450,000 square feet. Do you want me to show you that? Shall we see that? If you've got bundle J, do you have bundle J?
The gentleman's gonna. It's right here. The J?
Yeah.
Which page?
Well, so if you the first document is the original agreement entered into in 2003, and if you turn to page 17, you can see what was originally agreed. This is where it is. Yes. Do you see there in the middle of the page, minimum total built-up area of land? It's just over 1 million square feet. Yes, you got that.
This is not is J17? Looking at
J7. Do you see in the middle of the page?
Minimum total build-up area?
Yes.
1051.
So the original size of the project was going to be 1 million square feet. And then if we go to the next tab and you turn forward to page 27, do you see their clause 2.2.1? You got that?
The purchase.
Yeah, the purchase price. And then, oh, sorry, it's 2.2.3. The minimum total built-up area of project land set out in Schedule E shall be amended from what we've just seen to 1,453,175 square feet.
Yep.
So it must be right then that when you said that the joint venture agreement provided for a built-up area of 1.75 million square feet, you were mistaken about that, were you?
Yeah, by the way, some of the information, and you might have seen in the communication, I got them straight from Philatania, okay, when I came, and that's, if you look at the LOI, it includes, and the proposal by D1 and Perkins and Wall, it includes that, although they made a mistake, I think in page 3 they say built-up area of 1.75 million, and in page 6 they say GFA of 1.75 million.
Yes.
So all of this information was given to the designers at that time. So some of this information I inherited, and they became known to me, as I got to know the project more and more.
I see. So you're not so much getting your information from the contract like this. You're getting it just from the people who are instructing you, the shareholders at Tamiat.
Yes. Some of the information, especially at the initial stage of my involvement with the project.
I see. All right. And then at some point, though, there was an agreement to increase the size of the project to 1.75 million square feet BUA. Yes?
GFA.
Well, the first agreement was to increase it to BUA, 1.75 million BUA, yes? Do you remember that?
No, when I came, we were talking about GFA. I know there was confusion between BUA and GFA. Mm-hmm. And I think there was an email from Mr. Adil Abdullah back even before I joined, which talks about 1.75 million GFA.
Right. Well, you joined, as we said, in June 2008, yes?
That's right. And when you join, you try and collect information from the people around you, from emails, you dig out any communications. So there was, I think, and there was verbal agreements. I refer to verbal agreement between Mr. Bashir and Mr. Sulaiman Majid. This is what I was told, 1.75 million of GFA.
So you were told GFA. In fact, the contract that was in place at the time provided for 1.75 million BUA. Were you aware of that at the time?
The contract between who, sorry?
Concept and the DIFC.
I can't remember what is in the contract. As I said, I've always, if you look at all my communications, we're focusing on 1.75 GFA. And that is what we've been communicating with the consultant. That's what we've given to the consultant in the LOI. And that is what we were asking the IFC to approve. Until they approved it a long time back, or I think maybe 28th of October 2008.
All right.
After a few months.
Well, let's take it in stages. So what it was when you started, what you did about that, and then what you agreed with the DIFC. So just to show you what it was when you started, if you look in the same bundle and go to tab 3, please, you'll find the 2008 agreement. The same bundle. You should have in front of you, I think it's that bundle. It's bundle J, if you have that.
Yeah, bundle J.
We were just looking at tab 2. If we go to tab 3, please.
Tab. Concept Holding Limited, DIFC investment.
Yeah, so this is the basis
J31.
of. Sorry.
J31.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. So this is the agreement that was reached between Concept Holdings and the DIFC in February 2008. Okay. Were you shown that? Have you ever seen that agreement before?
I can't recall, to be honest with you, but I must have seen it, maybe at a later stage of my involvement. As I said, this wasn't really my focus at the time when I got involved.
I understand. That makes sorry, carry on.
So let's try and differentiate between, project manager trying to move the project forward and get all the right information to give it to the consultant and complete the design, start the construction, and between, the legal and contractual who, dig deep into these contracts and these agreements between the different parties.
I see. The reason why I'm taking you to these things is because one of the complaints that you make is that it took the DIFC a long time to tell you what the gross floor area for the project was going to be. That's one of the complaints you make in your witness statement about the DIFC, yes?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. So the point that I'm getting towards here is that in fact, the agreement between the parties was only for 1.75 million BUA. And we can see that on page 37 of the bundle that we're looking at, yes?
Yes.
Do you see on page?
If you look at my statement, is that my understanding at that time is that there was an agreement between Sheikh Sulaiman al-Majid and Mr. Bashir al-Barazi that the GFA will be 1.75. I know Mr. Barazi denies this, okay, but this was my understanding. That's why, you know, the last thing a project manager wants to do is to give their own information to the consultant. So if I had any doubt, okay, that this was an agreement which will be honored at a later stage, I would not have given the consultant this information, and I would not have signed the LOI with such GFA.
So your understanding. Sorry, I'm trying not to talk over you. I'm trying to let you finish your sentences, but you keep making long pauses and then you carry on. So that's why I'm misunderstanding whether you've reached an end. I don't want to cut you off. Obviously, we need to get through this, but you must be able to give the answer that you want to give. So just to understand the evidence that you've given, you've just said in relation to the question of built-up area and gross floor area, you thought there was a prior agreement, did you, between Mr. Al-Majid and Bishr Barazi?
That's right, yes.
All right, we'll come on to that, but in fact your witness statement says you thought there was a prior agreement between Bishr Barazi and Mr. Al-Majid about the mix use. I'm not sure you say anything in your statement about a prior agreement as to built-up area and floor area.
Also about the mixed use.
All right, well, let's go. Yes, but I'm talking at the moment just specifically about the project size. So would you just look, please, at page 37 that I was asking you to look at?
Page
yes.
37. Okay.
Do you see that about three quarters of the way down? You'll see that the definition of the project. And do you see? Sorry, if you could just wait for the question, please. If you could just see that it says a minimum total built-up area of 1.75 million square feet. So it's very clear from the contract that the contract is for a BUA of 1.75 million, not a GFA of 1.75 million, yes?
Yes. That's what this document says.
And as you've mentioned, the design, well, this is the contract between the parties, yes?
But this shows minimum, by the way.
Yeah,
minimum total.
We'll come on to that. So we'll come on to that. You say then that the designers have been working with a brief for 1.75 million square feet of gross floor area, and that caused a problem, didn't it?
Why caused the problem? Sorry.
Well,
this is what we've given the facility.
It caused a problem because the agreement was for built-up area and they were working to gross floor area.
Yeah, but as I said, I've always been told that the GFA is 1.75 million square feet. Based on that, you can see that the consultants submitted their design proposal on GFA of 1.75, and if you look even at the details of their proposal, it says 1.75 of GFA.
Yes, so you, sorry, I'm cutting you. Sorry, had you finished? I'm waiting for you to finish.
Okay, I'll
So your evidence is that you had always been told. Listen to the question, please, and then answer that question if you would. Your evidence is that you had always been told throughout the project, right from the very beginning, that the agreement was for 1.75 million GFA, not BUA. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So would you please pick up bundle F2, F volume 2? Ask somebody to give it to you.
This one?
Yeah.
That's
The
the
one. That's the then this is the one.
Mr. Montague-Smith, just so you know, our bundles have got the tabs in them, so that's probably going to be using the tabs as well as the page numbers will be the most effective way, I think, for Dr. Adel to get where you need him to get to.
Yeah, I have now F2. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
volume 2, right?
Yeah, it's page 1018, which is tab. What? You can say it's louder. 138. Tab 138, please.
Okay. Yeah, that's my email to Jeff Selman, to the chairman.
Yes, so this is August 24th of August 2008. So this is a few months after you've joined the project. And I just want to direct you to the second paragraph here. You say, with your permission, I will try to see whether I can get the GFA from P&W before writing to DIFC. I need to know whether P&W are working to meet a GFA of 1.75 million square foot, or they are working with a BUA of 1.75 million square foot, where they will end up with a smaller GFA. Also, I would like to know when the agreement was made with the DIFC, whether the intention was to have the GFA as 1.75 million square foot, or as stated in the agreement, the BUA as 1.75 million square foot. So the question is this: firstly, by this time, you had read the contract, hadn't you?
I cannot confirm that I have read the contract.
Because you can't remember?
No, I can't remember.
It looks like it from this email though, doesn't it? Because it says, you would like to know when the agreement was made with the DIFC, whether the intention was GFA or, as stated in the agreement, the BUA. So you must have read the agreement by that point.
Because what matters is not only the text in the contract, is the intention. And my understanding from Sheikh Salman is that, who repeated to me several times that the GFA is 1.75. That's why we kept communicating for that figure.
Well, let's take it in stages, Dr. Adel. The first question is whether you'd read the contract. It looks like you had read the contract, hadn't you?
Did you say I had or I hadn't?
It looks like you had read the contract, hadn't you, at this point?
Yeah, I mean, at least I am aware of this part of the contract.
Right, so
because otherwise I would not have said, as stated in the agreement, the BUA as 1.75, okay, in the agreement. When I first started, and you can see several emails, I've written to the various people, to Ziyad, to Khalid Abu Salah, trying to, get what is in the agreement. And I think I must have been given this built-up area in the agreement, whether I read it or I got it from the various, people working with Tanmiyat at the time.
Yes, but you told us a little bit earlier in your evidence that you'd been told from the beginning that it was GFA, not BUA. It looks like you read the contract, saw that it was BUA, and then you did not know whether it was BUA or GFA. Is that right? You read the contract, saw it was BUA, and you didn't know whether it was GFA or BUA, yes?
When I go through my, all the communications with the consultants, okay, all of these communications were talking about GFA and the IFC, by the way, and the IFC. All the communication talks about 0.75 GFA, not BUA.
I'm asking you about what you were told by Tamniat, Mr. Al-Majid, and the people on that side of the arrangement. Now, you told us earlier that you were told at the beginning that it was GFA. We see from this email that you've looked at the contract and you've seen that it's BUA. So at the very least, several months after you're appointed, you don't know, do you, whether it's BUA or GFA?
The intention here is to find out what has been agreed, because not everything, I think, in the contract, the agreement, sorry, between the IFC and Tanmiat or CHL, okay? I understand there is flexibility. For instance, there is 10% increase in the mix, okay? So I don't know what was the intention at the time of signing the agreement between the two parties. I'm trying to find out from this email.
And so you check with the chairman?
I checked with the chairman.
And his response is on page 1020, which is 2 pages further on. And so in the middle of the page, the chairman responds to you. And his response is, it's agreed with DIFC, the total BUA, 1.75 million square foot.
What can you understand from this email, with all due respect?
So you've asked a question. You've asked a question. This is a direct response to your email.
Yeah, you remember, these things happened 13, 14 years ago, more than 13 years ago. So there are many discussions, many telephone calls, many meetings with the chairman, with everybody, in order to try and understand something. So I'm sure when I received this email from Sheikh Siwan, I must have picked up the phone and said, what do you mean by this? One day you're telling me the GFA of 1.75, and another time you say it's a build-up area of 1.75. So I cannot remember what happened at that stage. But what is missing in here, 13 years ago, is all these meetings and telephone calls, and they are not there.
So bear with me one moment. Sorry.
Sure.
That is insane. Yes. Sorry, I apologise for that delay. All right, but it's important, isn't it? Because I think that it casts a bit of a different complexion on your complaint that the DIFC took time to confirm that it was GFA, if in fact all they were required to do was give BUA. Because in fact they were only obliged to give you 1.75 million BUA, and instead they agreed to give you 1.75 million GFA, didn't they?
Yeah, well, there is a mutual benefit for that, obviously, and I understand that this did not come free of charge. I think there were some discussions between the two parties, verbal discussion to increase the shares and other things. So there are things happening, that I'm not party to.
Well, in fact,
and that's why.
Dr. Adel, again, if you keep pausing for long periods, I'm afraid I'm going to keep interrupting you, and I do apologise. But the actual fact of it is that the adjustment to the shareholding took place in February 2008, and the switch from BUA to GFA didn't take place until October 2008, and you can see that at page 1379. We don't need to go there unless you want me to, but do you accept that it was October 2008 that the DIFC agreed that it was GFA, not BUA?
Yes, 28th of October from memory.
And that was a valuable concession, wasn't it?
I would say yes. I congratulated at the time the chairman after all of this, length of time. We're talking about from July until 28th of October before the IFC agreed to this GFA.
And that, on the face of the contract at least, meant that the DIFC was giving more than it was obliged to give under the contract. Yes?
Not really, Tom, sorry to say this, but I understand that there were some agreements as well, concessions from the CHL side, and the IFC percentage has increased a lot.
So you think that the DIFC percentage increased as a result of the switch from BUA to GFA, do you?
It's not only this. I mean, there are certain, as I said, negotiations, discussions, agreements happening between the two parties. I am not, party to these discussions. And also remember that we were told as well that there will be a road coming into the plot, and that was not envisaged, I'm sure, by 10 Miator. So there are concessions from both sides.
So I'm not asking you about the road. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you something quite specific. I'm asking you also just to give me evidence of what you know about, not to speculate. And so I'm asking you, when we talked about the change from BUA to GFA, you told me that you thought that there was some concession given in exchange for that. Is that your evidence that you are aware of some concession given in exchange for that change, or are you simply speculating?
What I know, as I said, I took the information and I ran with it, and if you can see all my communication based on 1.75 GFA. Now, yes, I understand that at some stage that the IFC requested an increase in their shares. Whether that has been agreed formally or not, I'm not aware of. Okay, I don't know. But at least they were asking for much higher percentage. And to me, GFA, increase of GFA, okay, I know maybe it should come at a price, will benefit both parties. After all, Tanmiat and DIFC are partners. And they will benefit both of them from increasing GFA.
So I'm going to ask you really, Dr. Adel, just to focus in on the question and tell me what you know about this issue. Are you giving evidence that in exchange for switching from BUA to GFA, the DIFC received something in return? Is that your evidence? Be careful, you're under oath. It's important that you answer the question accurately.
I repeat what I said, is that I am appointed by Tanmiat, and I'm closer to Tanmiat obviously than the IFC, although I need to look after both interests. That Tanmiat from their side, part of their plot was going to be taken, and then the IFC asked for an increase in their shares. Okay, so these to me constitute concession from Tanmiat's side, and they need to get some compensation. And I've written this in one of my communications to the IFC in return.
But as a matter of fact, the DIFC got nothing in return from switching from BUA to GFA, and nobody other than you has ever said they did. As a matter of fact, the DIFC allowed that switch for free. Do you accept that or do you reject that?
I will not say accept or reject.
You don't know.
Okay. All I know is after two months they agreed to that GFA. That's my main concern is that there is an agreement on the GFA so that the consultants will not have to change their design. That's all.
Well, in your witness statement, you complain about the time it took to reach that point. In your witness statement,
yes.
you accuse the defendants of delay in agreeing to that. But actually, it was a case of Tamiat asking for more than Concept was entitled to, and eventually the DIFC giving them that for free. That's the truth of it, isn't it?
I cannot confirm that this is the truth of it, and maybe, as I said, there was a previous agreements, be them verbal or other type of agreements, is that the GFA, this is the GFA that was supposed to be designed and built based on it. So, and that is, my communication with the consultants will prove that.
My lord, I was going to move on to...
I know I'm only here to answer questions, I'm not asking questions. But why would I take something which is wrong, and I believe it is not going to happen, and give it to a consultant, and then only to wait for aborted work to give him something different later on?
Well, you misunderstood, or somebody on the Tamiat side misunderstood what Concept was entitled to at the beginning of the project, didn't they? They didn't appreciate the difference between GFA and BUA. That's what happened at the beginning of the project, isn't it? It was a mistake on your side.
There was confusion, no doubt, between GFA and built-up area, and that's why I've worked with the DIFC before, and I know the difference. I worked on the Daman project before, so I know that there is a huge difference between built-up area and GFA, and that's why I wanted to make sure. What is it that we have to design for? GFA or built-up area. So when I came, it's a GFA, given as GFA.
My lord, I was going to move on to something different. It's now 7:30. I might suggest it. Thank you. My lord, you're on mute.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for the day. Dr. Adel, because you're in the middle of giving your evidence, you mustn't talk to anybody about the case or about your evidence before you resume cross-examination tomorrow. So if you could be ready for more questions tomorrow at 1 o'clock Dubai time. I think that's probably the same as in Saudi, but I'm not sure.
It is 12 o'clock Saudi time.
12 o'clock Saudi time, if you wouldn't mind, then thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything council need to say before we formally adjourn?
Nothing from me, my lord.
No, nothing from me.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you.